Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, broadcasting live from Miami with a very esteemed panel. Today, we have Tracy Shuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl, our Senior Economist. Tracy, how are you?
Good morning, all.
Craig Shapiro, Macro Strategist Extraordinaire. Craig, how you doing?
Good morning, Jim.
And we have the Pips Hour. Blake Morrow is with us from sunny Arizona. How are you, Blake?
Hey, good morning, team. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be here, man. All-time highs yesterday, S&P, NASDAQ, and it happened in a flurry after just a few days. Wartime all-time highs. We're going to talk about that today, but Shai, tell us what's going on in the news.
All right. Well, we have every news agency is reporting that the U.S. and Iran will extend the trade truce. But so far, this has been denied by both sides, so we'll see what happens with that. The number of commercial ships observed sailing through the strait stood at 11 on Tuesday, according to ship tracking data. It averaged 16 a day over the weekend, so we are moving in the wrong direction, essentially. U.S. CENTCOM posted on X on Wednesday that no vessels got through the blockade and that the 9 complied with direction from U.S. forces and returned towards Iranian ports. They are blocking any Iranian ship going to or from any of the Iranian ports. Everybody else is allowed to go through. Some ships will only turn on their transponders once they are well clear of the Hormuz, meaning some transits may not show up till later. We'll see. But again, this is 11 ships down from 135 a day average. So certainly nothing's cleared up in the strait yet so far. We have Faith Barrow, who is head of the IEA, came out today and said that Europe has maybe 6 weeks or so of jet fuel left, warning that likelihood of possible flight cancellations soon if oil supplies remain blocked by the war. The impact will be higher petrol prices, higher gas prices, higher electricity prices. He was speaking with an AP reporter when he said that, and he said some parts of the world will get hit worse than others. As we already know, this is concentrated in Asia and Europe right now. U.S. is fairly insulated, but not entirely. Then this morning, the U.S. threatened to seize sanctioned ships as part of the Iran blockade. In addition to enforcing the blockade, all Iranian vessels with active OFAC sanctions and vessels suspected of carrying contraband, which includes oil, are subject to belligerent right to visit and search. So, in other words, they will board their vessels and search and seizure those cargoes. Moving on to the tech sector. So rally in tech stocks fueled a third day of gain for emerging market equities, particularly after the upbeat forecast from TSMC overnight that bolstered confidence in earnings prospects. We had Samsung, Alibaba, Tencent, SK Hynix, all were the biggest gainers after TMC reported a 58% surge in profits and raised its revenue forecast. So AI still very much forefront of the rally so far. Hedge funds are on track for their best monthly performance in over a decade. We're only 16 days into this, by the way, but this is how big this rally has been. It said stock pickers that take long and short positions are up 7.7% so far this month as of Tuesday's close. This was in a Goldman report that was out earlier today. And year-to-date, long-short equity funds have posted about 6.7% gains, with Asia and China-focused fund managers leading the way. Some good news about private credit. Big banks say don't worry about it. We had Goldman City and BlackRock are basically sending the same message on private credit risk, saying it's totally fine. There's nothing to see here. Over $1 trillion in risk assets and over $1 trillion in risk is peanuts. So there you go. I feel better about that. And then last but not least, for data today at 8:30 a.m., we have New York Fed Services Business Activity, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, and then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we have industrial production and cap utilization.
Very awesome. There's a lot of stuff to talk about in the energy sector. Let's hold on for that for 1 second. Across the board, everything is green today. It seems to be risk on, but let's talk about these all-time highs. I mean, the month of April has just been ripping for the equities. And so, Craig, let's start with you. What's going on on the macro side of things to kind of make sense of this?
Look, I think you had the ceasefire plus positioning plus expiry. You got your 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 type V-shaped recovery back to all-time highs. So I think this has been, a reasonably mechanical move here where under position folks and folks with a lot of puts have had, seen those hedges destroyed. Then you had hedge funds covering most shorted positions, and most shorted indices are up twice as much as the indices over the course of the last 10 days. So, definitely a rush to get net exposure back up through covering short indexes. And then over the course of the last couple of days, we've seen massive call buying across the board into tomorrow's expiry, led by the tech sector. We've talked about this rotation back out of energy, back into tech as crude has come down, and hopes that the strait would be open and the supply chains would be alleviated. So we've seen a rush back into big tech names, exacerbated by leverage ETF rebalancing, into the closes over the course of the last several days. And so here we are back to the highs into an expiry tomorrow. And the concerns about the geopolitical stuff really are just getting brushed aside, right? I mean, it's not as if we're rapidly moving to a resolution. Ships are being turned back in various parts of the blockade. The supply chain doesn't seem to be opening up, all that rapidly. But, the markets are sanguine right now into tomorrow's expiry. And look, we're transitioning now into earnings season, right? Shai mentioned, the strong TSM numbers this morning. The stock's trading down pre-market, so we'll see what happens there. ASML, another big cap tech name, yesterday reported blowout numbers. The stock's trading a little bit weaker yesterday and again weaker today. We've talked about the banks all week reporting, very good numbers, and the reactions haven't been all that great. Abbott Labs out this morning too with news numbers, great number, good numbers. Stocks trading down pre-market. There's been some pockets of strength too. Pepsi was good, J&J was good. Some of the defensive names have been good. But as we transition into next week, we'll get into the teeth of industrial earnings and various other earnings, and then the following week is the Fed as well as big cap earnings, and so folks are going to want to see how how sustainable the earnings trajectory has been, what the outlooks look like, and to what extent the geopolitical uncertainty and unrest has led to forward outlooks being cut or not. So I think we'll transition to that next week, as I mentioned, with expiry off the board tomorrow. The window of potential weakness reopens next week. Markets can trade truer to fundamentals. And so if the fundamentals don't show up, it's going to be hard to see the tape continue to accelerate to the upside. But if they do, then, smooth sailing, all systems go.
Yeah, it's Blake. You're our resident expert in. I hate to say it, in war, all things war. What Craig's saying is, hey, next week is probably going to be back to normal. We're going to be focusing on some of this other stuff. But what's going on overseas? I mean, and how is that? How has this expectation changed? Right? I mean, it was doom and gloom for a while, and now it just is like shrugging it off, and I don't understand.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be that expert, I guess. The thing about forward military operations, and I think we have increasingly seen that the Trump administration and President Trump, I would say President Trump in general, he just doesn't have the appetite right now to move forward in a military capacity. At least that's what he's signaling. Although the obviously the movement of troops heading into the area and the addition of more troops to add to the 50,000 some soldiers that are there right now begs to differ. But this is Donald Trump's game. He's playing a little coy right now, and it doesn't seem like he wants to move forward. But maybe he's building up ground forces to actually do something. Don't forget that the ceasefire, the 2 weeks is up next week. and talks are still ongoing. And I mean, you're getting headlines today about what's happening in Lebanon, and obviously Tracy was just giving you guys some of the giving us all some of the headlines that have been coming across with all the ships and the contraband and whatnot. So it's still a very fluid situation. I personally don't feel, and I think the market is just trying to look past the war, and that's what's triggered a lot of this squeeze. But squeeze in the market, you got positioning. You've seen it in currencies too. It's really fascinating. And I'll tell you, I think the market could be set up for disappointment here. You can see it in currencies. Currencies are starting to get a little bit hesitant as the dollar has sold off to a point where it maybe isn't a bad value proposition down at these levels. Stocks are starting to struggle now that they've hit all-time highs, at least overnight. We've seen your garden variety pullback with no real headlines to drive it. So I don't know. I think it's a fascinating situation, Jim. But I do feel that we are still on the verge here, and if anything goes wrong, we're in a position to advance in a military capacity if needed.
So Tracy, I mean, is crude oil still driving the bus here with respect to every other asset class?
Well, no, not right now. Crude is pretty much, for the last 2 days at least, pretty paralyzed. It doesn't really know what to do at this point because we don't really have any sort of resolution. And ultimately, there are still no ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. So that problem is definitely not cleared up. Until that problem is cleared up, you really can't have all of the production that is offline. They can't start work on that because there's nowhere to put that oil until we know that the strait is open. And so really right now, and I keep saying oil is higher for longer because this is going to last much longer. This disruption is going to filter through markets and last much longer and take much longer than people think to rectify itself. And so that's where I think, oil is kind of in this position right now. It doesn't, there's no relief, what to speak, even though we've come down well off the highs. But that situation hasn't sorted itself. And just a reminder, too, that today is OPEX for WTI. So be aware of that situation. And tomorrow, everybody should be on the June contract.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to talk about that in the edge report. We'll focus on that crude. Let's take a really quick break, though. We have jobless claims coming up, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But I wanted to just go over the lineup today. We have a great lineup today on NinjaTrader Live. Starting our special guest, Dana Samuelson. He's a bullion expert, precious metal expert. Looking forward to talking to Dana. Then right after that, Pharm for Tape Talk. We have Jack and Nick joining us to trade the open. And then they're going to be joined by XYZ and Stowe a little bit later than that. And then in the afternoon, we have Leo, Joey, and Jack trading the close. So that's the lineup for today. It's going to be a fantastic day at NinjaTrader Live. Jobless claims. Craig, is anyone going to care about jobless claims in a couple of minutes?
Probably not. Look, I mean, we've seen the jobless claims figures have kind of been, pretty range bound, not really too indicative of much. I haven't really seen a pickup there. The labor market seems like it's steady. Earlier in the week, we had a weekly ADP employment report, which is the best weekly report we've seen for quite some time, up near 40,000 for the average for the 4 weeks prior. So that would suggest a six-figure number coming for payrolls for the month of April, which is certainly larger than I think what most people were believing. And look, as long as the claims don't accelerate to the upside, it makes it harder for the Fed to provide accommodation later this year amidst the sticky and elevated headline inflation environment. So, if you're looking for the Fed, if you're looking for Kevin Warsh to come in a month or so and immediately, start the rate cutting agenda, I think you're going to be, sadly underwhelmed there. But the markets aren't really expecting it right now. But there's always an expectation sitting deep down in the markets that the market psyche that the Fed is going to cut rates and provide that accommodation, particularly now with the Trump administration's desires. But until we see a rapid deterioration in the labor market, I saw Goldman had some thoughts out this morning on the labor market, and their expectation is that the elevated energy price environment is likely to tick up the unemployment rate from 4.3 to 4.6% over the course of the next few months. If we start to get that kind of momentum, expect the Fed to cut rates, but we're not really seeing it as of yet, and the impact from the war is not really in the corporate mindset, in the first 6 weeks. So I wouldn't expect the claims to really show up. I'd keep an eye on continuing claims. If we do continue to see some positive momentum, there was an Easter hiccup there, with reporting over the course of the last couple of weeks. But if we start to see that, shift higher over the next few weeks, that might cause some concern. But I suspect today's number won't really be too market moving.
Yeah. Blake, I mean, this inflation expectation and Fed expectation, what they're going to do, this whole tracking thing we do, is this priced into the currency markets pretty well right now? And what's the U.S. dollar doing?
Well, as far as the dollar goes, the dollar has, I think the dollar is in a situation where it's only bought if it's needed to be bought. No one wants to own the dollar. That's the bottom line. And we've seen the dollar since equities have turned around, and we've seen this rally. We've just seen in equities and in risk, we've just seen the dollar pull back, and the dollar pull back to it's pulled back to like a 50% retracement, but people just don't want to own the dollar. They don't want to own the dollar because you have other central banks that are looking towards that are going to be raising rates based on inflation expectations, because that's their mandate, where the dual mandate of the Fed, and we know that we're going to be replacing the Fed chair anyway, who's going to be more as a dove just by default. No one really wants to own the dollar. The only reason why people own the dollar right now is a hedge. But as you've seen in equities, you've seen all those hedges unwind. That's why our downside was quite limited in the S&P over the last month. And as those have unwound, so has the dollar. So the dollar, I think, right now is right at a 50% retracement of its range that we've been in for like a year. There's no real impetus to be buying it here. Not if we're not going to see, anything happen from a military point of view. But at the same time, we probably need a little bit further evidence, and see some deterioration of U.S. economic data. Like, I know you were just talking with Craig just about the weekly jobless claims. Yeah, I don't think those are going to really matter as well. But we're going to have to see some deterioration in U.S. economic data to see the dollar really fall from current levels as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking off screen a little bit a minute ago about the Bitcoin. I got to ask you, let's follow up on that conversation. I mean, we're at 75,000 just about in the futures at the top end of this long-term consolidation channel, but we just can't get any traction past that.
Yeah, if I was long Bitcoin, or if I was long crypto, and fortunately I'm not. I'm still looking for levels, down in the 50,000, maybe even sub 50,000 range. But if I was long crypto, based on what I've just seen in equities over the last week and a half, I would literally be chucking my computer out the window. I'd probably be, beating my wife and kids. And I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. But you know what I'm saying? I'd be so frustrated that this risk rally has not taken, Bitcoin back to 80,000 or higher, or Ethereum back to 2,400. Why that's not happening? It's definitely questionable if you're long crypto at this point.
Yeah, I mean, let's continue this conversation. I mean, Tracy, to Blake's point, why isn't this a risk asset like everything else? Why isn't it rocking it up to 100 grand?
Well, that is a good question, particularly since it's been rather beaten up. I mean, we're, at one point down 50%, over 50% from the highs. And one would think you would see flooding back into that asset class, but we just haven't really seen that. In fact, gold's been performing better than Bitcoin has. I know that you can't, I know there are many people that talk about either the equity correlation, the gold correlation, the U.S. dollar correlation, but as a commodity, gold is outperforming, and then there is a matter of the fact that the Fed is not providing a ton of liquidity, which is generally a tailwind for the Bitcoin, as Lynn Alden likes to say. And so, we haven't really seen that accommodation from the Fed either.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim,
Go
I
ahead,
think,
Craig.
I was going to say, look, I think I've been talking for the last, few days and such about how I thought the equity rally was very mechanical, driven by vol selling, driven, by expiry and positioning. And I think Bitcoin's underperformance is more proof that that's the case, right? If this was a wholehearted risk on, war is over, ceasefire, kumbaya type environment, you'd have money flowing into, every asset class, right? But really what you're seeing here is that this equity outperformance, I think, is largely being driven by how important the systematic flows are, the structured product flows, the zero data expiry flows are over everything else. And so a lot of this rally and risk has just been, really focused within the equity market. And, a lot of that has been driven by the flows. And so as we move through this week and push into next week where those supportive flows start to subside, we'll see if equities can continue to rally, or does Bitcoin's relative underperformance, drag down those risk assets because the supportive flows are not as large in the second half of April as they were in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we got a couple of seconds, Craig, before the Edge report, but I want to just kind of follow up with that and ask, I mean, is there a systematic potential scare here with, the Sailors of the world, iBit, Cathie Wood, everybody banking so much money on this thing, and it's not getting any traction, and kind of a systematic failure? What would that cause to the market in general?
Look, I mean, these the Michael Saylors of the world and many of these treasury companies do have strong capital structures in place such that they're not really forced sellers. Certainly MicroStrategy is not a forced seller until we get to materially lower prices, and they have a lot of debt that's kind of termed out, and equity linked products where they can continue to raise equity. So I don't really view them as a systemic risk to Bitcoin. Some of the late adopters, maybe, and there'll be some pressure on them if cost of capital rises and they can't find future finance. But I don't really get the sense that, let's say if Bitcoin falls back into the $50,000 range, like Blake is kind of targeting here, that's a, systemic risk for the equity market at large. But overall, I think, we're still struggling to find rationale to get more capital into Bitcoin because, as Tracy mentioned, the Fed's not pumping, the Treasury is not, really pumping yet, and so it's, that liquidity argument, which is what we really need to start seeing money flow back into the asset class, just isn't there right now. I suspect a lot later this year, if the economy slows and the administration is looking to get reelected, we're going to start to hear more about money printing going back on again.
Yeah, I love the Bitcoin. We don't need a buzzkill here, so we need to get it going. But let's take a really quick break. We'll be right back with the panel. We're going to do an Edge report. All right, E-mini S&P all-time highs yesterday. I don't know if you guys were watching the afternoon session with Trade the Close guys. We saw it happen live. We didn't see the NASI hit that all-time high yesterday during the regular trading hours, but we did see it happen overnight. Continuation buying going in, and just have a series of green candles ever since, really from at the end of last month, right? This whole thing started on the 30th of March, and this has just been a keen rapid V-shaped recovery, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. That all-time high was at 70.43. We took it out. We're trading at 69 right now, so a good 45 points above that as we speak. Moving averages are all the fast-moving averages have just crossed above the slower-moving averages, kind of in a rapid pace here. Look at the slope of this ADMA. It's almost straight up. 150-day simple in the rearview mirror as well. So it's, again, a strong bullish market. RSI this is a perfect RSI. Look at how nicely sloped it is. We're right at 70 right now. That doesn't mean you should hit the sell button. That doesn't mean it's overbought yet. Because that's just kind of a momentum thing for me. So we're right at 70. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at the intraday charts really quickly here. And, it's kind of a subdued day, right? It's so far, the London initial balance high was the high of the session, more or less, and that's approximately 70.77, give or take. Right now, we're trading, right around that point of control. It's official point of control. There's a competing point of control a little bit higher up, right by the top of the value area, but it's pretty much sideways right now. And we have that VWAP, that white line there. That's the session VWAP. We do have some targets to the upside, though. We have that R1 target up here. It's 70, 84-ish. We have the call resistance at 7,100. So that's also sometimes could be attractive. Again, OpX, I don't know. But R2, next the one up, 71.11. And then that MenthorQ one-day max is all the way up here at 71.25. On the downside, we have JAX2 down here at 70.50. And then there's that, I left that all-time high line in there just so we could see where it's at. That's 70.43 right now. But that's a target, believe it or not. Folks are going to look at that as an important level. And then pivot below that, it's 70.38. And then that zero DTE call resistance and zero DTE gamma walls all the way down here at 70.20. So we'll see if this is a range day or a trend day. I don't know. Time will tell. The bell has not rung yet. So we'll go from there. And we're going to talk more about gold and precious metals in a second with our special guest, Dana Samuelson. But I do want to get back to the panel a couple seconds early because we do have that jobless number coming in, and I want to follow up on our conversations. Thank you for that, Mission Control. I know we're going to talk about gold really quickly here, and I do want to pull up a chart if I can, if I could find my metals. Here we go. We're still in June, right, Shai?
Yes.
Yeah. So, guys, before we have our guest on here, we're coiling here in gold. We're just hitting this old area support. Blake, what are you looking at? 48.60 is my line in the sand for resistance now.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the previous support from back on February 17th. It's the 50% retracement of this entire move down. I think everybody's looking at that. I mean, if you get above it, we know a squeeze is coming. You have to also keep in mind there's the 50 DMA is slightly above that level too. And whenever we're looking at like a key level and everybody's looking at it, you're looking at it, I'm looking at it. I know Pax is looking at that level. Tracy's looking at that level. I mean, we're all looking at it. So if it breaks and we clear it, there is the 50 DMA that's just above it at like 4,900 or so. And then there's a 618 at 4,922. I always get worried when there's such key levels above those levels, because if you break it and then it fails, you have to know why it fails. And so, yeah, that's what I'm looking at, just like you and just probably like everybody else out there. But you just have to be careful. And everybody wants to buy gold. So if it does break out, you want a sustained breakout above that 48.60. If we break and fail, it's a failure. You have to trade it as a failure. False breakouts usually lead to breakdowns. And so that's how I'm going to actually trade the dinosaur rock. Is that what we would call it? Yeah.
There we go.
We are rock.
Yes.
We're coiling this trade.
The barbarous relic.
Yeah.
There we go. Barbarous relic. I like that.
Oh my goodness. We're about 30 seconds away from data right here. And, it's funny because I think the sense I'm getting from the panel is maybe not starting today, but maybe starting next week, this data, earnings, economic releases, Fed statements are going to become more and more important.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think people are tired of focusing on the war and want to see the impact of the war and kind of what was going on in the economy before the war. So we'll transition to that.
Yeah, I mean, we had some. Well, the data's coming out in 1 second. So, initial jobless claims came in at 207,000. Survey was 213,000. Prior was 219,000, so lower than expected. And for continuing claims, it came in higher than prior at 1.818 million. Prior was 1.794 million. So ticking up on continuing claims, lower on initial claims.
There you go. No major reaction in the markets that I could see right now. Bonds are still at 114.10. That's where they've been all morning. So, oh well, we'll see. See how it goes. So let's go around. Let's get some last thoughts in today for expectations. We'll start with you, Craig. What's your final thoughts for the morning?
Yeah, look, I'd expect a quiet session, and I don't expect the president to. I don't think he's scheduled to tweet, or he's always scheduled to tweet. I don't think he's scheduled to speak. But not much going on today. Keep an eye though. Netflix reports after the close, kind of the first big reporter, coming out of the gates there. So that'll be at the close today. We are in positive gamma. Expiry tomorrow is a big expiry for single stocks. Less so for future the SPX, but a lot of call buying over the course of the last few weeks since this recovery off the bottom. So a lot of that positioning will come off the board. Market could trade truer next week, and we'll see a ton of macro data next week, ton of earnings, and with the geopolitical risk still uncertain, and the April 21st deadline or ceasefire deadline, which probably will get extended, but we'll see. Plenty to do for next week.
Very awesome. Blake, you get the final word. Me and Trish are going to keep going with Dana in a second, but I wanted to get you the final word of the morning.
Sounds great. Well, as far as what Tracy was talking about, as far as options expiration, and I want to reiterate what she said about the tightness of crude. Crude is in a really, really tight trading range, which I'm a buyer of crude. I like it when it dips. I think that, it's probably going to rally from current levels, or even if there's a slight dip, I'd be a buyer. I also want to go back to what Craig said. We're going to, the market is getting tired of this Iranian situation. Unless there's some really definitive news one way or the other, like a ceasefire, or there are boots on the ground, or I've been telling our traders, it's like if missiles get dropped in Iran from the U.S., that is where you have to be risk off, if you will. But right now, we're going to try to make macro cool again, and that's what I'm for. Let's make macro cool again. But I do want to say that, and I'm going to disagree with Craig here. There's some setups in currencies, like the Aussie could not break 72 cents, all-time highs, new highs for the year. Even on a pretty decent jobs report last night, and that's the biggest risk barometer in currencies. So with the Aussie looking like a failure, the dollar might, pick up a little bit of a bounce here, which could, maybe unglue some of these other markets as well. So I've got some feelers out right now, and I'm excited to see what happens today. Fantastic. And I'm really excited about seeing you guys in Florida and everybody else, all of our viewers.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get to meet you in person, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Blake. Thank you for being on this morning.
My pleasure.
Craig, I'm going to see you. I'll talk to you later today, and I'm going to see you soon as well. So looking forward to seeing everybody in Southern Florida. Thanks, you guys. Tracy.
Yes.
Tell us. We have a special guest today. Tell us about it.
We do. We have Dana Samuelson. He is president of American Gold Exchange. So we're going to talk to him about precious metal markets.
All right. Let's bring him in. Dana, good morning. How are you?
Hi, Jim. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Well, we appreciate you being here. You're looking fantastic. You're sounding fantastic. And we were talking about gold a couple of minutes ago, the gold futures market. Kind of looking at it. It seems like from a price action point of view, last few days actually, it's kind of been in a tight range, kind of coiling. How do you look when you look at those kind of prices? What are you seeing?
Well, I think Blake hit the nail pretty much on the head when he said we've got upward resistance at 46. I've got it at 48.40. He said 48.60, and we bounced up against it yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the range we were in, 48.50 to 52.50 before the whole Iranian war conflict started. So we're trying to get back into that range, and there's upside resistance right here. So we've had a nice revaluation higher, I think mostly due to the inverse correlation of the dollar. The dollar's caught a bid due to the war, and now it's coming off. I think that's the most direct influence on gold right now. Yields are still high, so they've helped to pressure gold lower on the downdraft. But right now, we're at a critical point for support and resistance at 48.50, basically, in my mind. So we're bumping up against it, and we'll just have to see. There's a lot of noise, obviously, in the system due to the war and what's going to happen next. I do think that the dollar could come off a little bit more here, which could help gold buoy. But with the 50-day moving average at about 48.75. I think that's another headwind for gold right now.
Yeah.
But if we look at the fundamentals of the gold market, all of those things still seem to be in play. We still have central banks buying. We still, still a lot of uncertainty in the world. We still have a lot of debt. What are your thoughts on long-term prospects of gold? What are you looking at further out?
Oh, I'm bullish. I'm very bullish. This whole war is creating another debt explosion or growth cycle from countries that are hampered by the higher oil prices. So they're going to stimulate. And I've seen that in news stories about Great Britain potentially, spending more. So it's going to create more debt. And gold fundamentally tracks debt higher. We've had, a lot of support from central bank buying. That hasn't changed, although we did see some central bank selling due to the war. Turkey sold 60 tons of gold to raise cash. And I think Russia might have sold a little bit of gold as well. So that has put pressure on the market in the short term. But fundamentally, I'm very bullish in the long run. But we're still in a consolidation phase following the big run we had going into January. And I think that's going to continue for a while. So I see a choppy market for the next month or two, depending on how things resolve with the war, into different trading ranges. We were in a 46.40 to 48.40 range. We're now going to test to see if we can go higher or not.
It seems like, I have the yearly open in the futures at 43.40, if my calculation is correct. And so that's a pretty good, we're still, from a percentage point of view on the year, this is performing pretty well so far, right?
Yes, absolutely. So 43.50 to 4,400 is really major support in my mind. And that's where we basically started the year. So I do think we're going to hold right now at 46.50. in the short term, and I think we'll base build in that range between 46.50 and 52.50. Really, the upside range for a real breakout for me for gold is 52.50 right now. So first hurdle 48.50, second hurdle 52.50 for a true breakout.
And then I want to flip this to the silver market for a little bit. Obviously, we have a lot of data center build out that's going to require a lot of silver. We've been in a deficit for going on 7 years now, a supply deficit. That's not going away soon. Obviously, we had that big run up. All of precious metals have pulled back. But are you surprised that silver has been a little bit weaker than gold? And what are your long-term thoughts on silver?
Well, relative to gold and silver right now, I think is fairly priced. I tracked the gold to silver ratio going back 25 years, and the equilibrium point for fair value relative to each other is about 62, 63 parts silver to 1 part gold. And that's right about where the ratio is right now. Silver's more volatile, but it also had much bigger gains than gold last year. So it's in a wider, choppy trading pattern right now between 72 primarily and 88. We're touching up against 80 right now. I see resistance above here right at 82, a breakout over 88, 50, 89. But fundamentally, you're right. We're in a fundamental supply deficit. There's a lot of demand for silver because it's the only metal that has the best conductivity for temperature and electricity. Copper is a replacement for it, but much more weaker in its terms of properties for conductivity. And we've seen huge ETF demand around the world last year that helped to buoy the price sharply higher. In fact, India really stepped forward last year for demand, and I think that's going to continue. So I'm very bullish silver, but it's more volatile. You have to pick your entry points a little bit more critically than you have to do with gold. We did get a washout down to about 61 when we had a really weak market. Yeah. And we've been base building and moving higher since, from about 68 now to 78, 79. So I see resistance at 82. We are right at the 50-day moving average right now at about 79, 75. And that's, we're about 70 cents under that right now as we trade. So fundamentally, I'm bullish for silver as well, but it's more volatile and it's going to be a little bit more choppy than gold in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at we had a swing high back on March 2nd in the futures, approximately 97, a little over $97 right there. And I'm looking at that. That's my target, right? That's a target for the bulls in my mind. We've been kind of slowly grinding upward. I mean, slowly. It's relative. But since March 23rd, slowly kind of grinding up. But all my moving averages, in my EMAs are all like tangled. They're like a bowl of spaghetti. They're all really tight together. They're not moving much. It's suggesting to me again consolidation for a while.
Yeah, that's the way I see it for silver. Just like gold, when markets like these make moves, they tend to go sideways for a while in the consolidation phase afterwards. When we went higher over 1375 in 2019 to 2069 in 2020 due to COVID, we went sideways for 3 years for gold. I don't think this consolidation phase is anywhere near that long. We had two consolidation phases last year on the big run up, and they were both pretty short and shallow, but we also had a much higher highs going into the beginning of this year that we're consolidating against. You're right, the rebound high after the sell-off, the initial sell-off, following the spike in silver to 1 to 21 was right around 97. So that would be the upward breakout point for a true breakout for silver to a move higher again. But I think really we've got to get over about 87, 88 first to really test if this market can really run in the short term. And, springtime tends to be a quieter phase for metals going into summer. We tend to get these breakouts later in the year cyclically, but, there's a lot of different aspects informing the markets right now with higher oil, higher inflation, the conflict that we've gone through. So again, there'll be noise and chop until we get a true direction higher. But I think fundamentally we've seen short-term lows in place that we may not challenge again for quite a while.
Makes sense.
And then I had a question. You just mentioned higher oil prices. Is this going to pose a problem for the miners? Obviously, energy is a high input cost of mining anything, but particularly metals. So are we worried about that, or are their margins just that great that it's not going to matter as much?
Well, certainly the higher oil prices are going to affect margins, but these numbers, the Silver Institute released a new report yesterday, and average mining costs are under $25 an ounce. So with silver at $75 an ounce, 20% higher oil isn't going to really kill the margins that much. The miners have been underperforming a bit, but they're coming into vogue now. I think mainstream is starting to pick up how undervalued they have been. So I do like the mining sector right now. But again, margins will be squeezed a bit by higher oil, and I do think oil is going to stay higher for longer right now. Because you can't just flip a switch and get, oil into place like it was before the war, like you can get airplanes into place a couple days after a big storm. It's going to take a long time to repair the damage to the energy supply lines. And we'll just have to see how that translates. But right now, I think you're right. Margins will be squeezed a bit, but the margins are strong for miners.
Awesome. In the few seconds we have left, tell us a little bit about the American Gold Exchange. You're in the bullion business, right?
Yeah, we're a national physical precious metals dealer. We have mail order business out of Austin, Texas. I've been in the markets for 47 years now. This is what I do, handling the physical products, sovereign minted 1 ounce bullion pieces made by the mints or refinery made bars. So we're competitive market makers, and we basically buy from the trade and deal with the public. So we have our finger on the pulse with the public's activity here in the U.S. And, during this big run we had last year, the public in the U.S. wasn't really participating as much as the rest of the world was. It was a global run that really helped push metals sharply higher last year and into this year, more than it was a U.S.-centric run. Because we've had great stock markets, dollar's been doing pretty well despite its 10% tumble last year, and we still have the best economy in the world. So there hasn't been fear in the U.S. market, except a little bit over the war. But of course, markets are tending to ignore the impacts of the war right now with all the rebounds we've seen.
Yeah, very awesome. Dana, appreciate you spending time with us today. Learned a lot today. Look forward to talking to you again. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
All right. Wow, we need more time with him, man. I want his phone number. I have so many questions.
So I know he's so good. He can talk, he can talk charts and fundamentals. Gotta love that.
I know, and that's something that's unique, which is awesome. So I appreciated that for sure. So, all right, so good start so far.
Exactly.
Knock on wood. Shai, I am going to see you soon, and
I'll
I will
see you
talk to
later
you.
today.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you, Tracy. And I'll be around. So take care. It is
All
time
right.
to bring in the coolest guy I've ever seen in my entire life right now. Pharm is in the house.
Morning, Jimmy Cags. How are you doing?
Wow, those are some shades, baby.
I know you recognize the shirt, Jimmy. You're
Oh
old enough.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my God.
I heard you guys were going to represent the 80s in Florida, so I'm going to bring the 90s out there.
Well, the hairdo, I mean, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to your hair before now.
Now you have to. Did you ever have your tips frosted in the 90s, Jim? I know you did, for sure.
Oh,
For sure.
no.
No?
I was
Come on.
no. I'm a lot older than you. So by the time I was in the 90s, I was shuffling around kids to, t-ball games.
Fair enough, I
Or
suppose.
getting
Fair
ready to do
enough.
that. Actually, that night yet, but I was getting ready to do that. But wow, you're looking spectacular, man. So when you're coming to town, when you coming?
I'll be out there Friday, like last minute. I get in like right at 4, so it'll be a scramble to get from the airport to
Yeah.
wherever we're going Friday night. But it'll be good
Okay.
times.
That sounds good. Well, so you're coming in the same time Blake is. So as we told Blake, me and Shai will be at the bar. So go figure. Any of that. Crazy. All-time highs, equities. What's going on? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, first things first. I'm gonna end up channeling a false breakout because I'm saying this. The first message is I would, and I posted this on X. I would be very, very careful and recommend avoiding attempting to fade a multi-month balance break to the upside into price discovery. Right? We balanced for multiple months. Got a failed breakdown. And then now we've ripped out the top. So I posted a video on X last night, sort of talking about some of these multi-month balance breaks, and then also like what a top would look like, or a swing high, or what a failed breakout might look like. But like usually these multi-month balance breaks don't resolve in any kind of a small manner. So attempting to just hodl a short as this thing keeps ripping higher is generally unwise. That said, I mean, this move has probably more reason to fail than any breakout attempt I've ever seen in my life, which will just make it that much harder. So like call your bear sponsor if you have to, if it just keeps ripping higher. And don't blow up your account. Short the Russell if you must, which actually there's a really good setup for a short on the Russell. So it's a situation here where, yes, it could fail. And then, if we do get a failed breakout, the one thing that I said in my video is it's like bulls tend to do a lot better at sort of defending a higher low anyway, even after a major failed breakout, than bears do, right? So we broke out of this balance to the downside. Sellers had opportunities to defend. Okay, they didn't defend the back test, but they could have still defended a lower high, somewhere back within the balance, maybe, and then triggered a fresh break. Obviously, that didn't happen, not even close. Bulls tend to be a little bit better at that. So even if this goes false breakout or failed breakout, I like to, look for opportunities for what I call a false failed breakout, where it comes back into balance, finds a higher low anyway, and then rips right back out. So I think for today, it's understanding that, this is potentially a large breakout. There is extreme risk for exhaustion up here for a number of reasons, volume profile, traditional technicals, otherwise. But if it goes, it goes, and don't end up shorting another trend day up, I would say. Go ahead.
I mean, every time I've fallen into this trap before, it can't go any higher trap. Like, all right, this is a good top right now. I'm looking for that entry to get short, and I've been burned so many times in my career thinking that way. I'm looking at this. I'm like, I'm going to reset price right now, right? Prices, it can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. Let's look at, volume profile. Let's look at the extensions. Let's look at all the potential. And it's really hard to erase from your mind. Can't go any higher.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And if you can't, to me, if you can't set that aside, then just take the day off, right? But don't short a trend day up and trend day up. And now again, now that I've kind of like said, hey, don't short this, maybe I've channeled a failed breakout to occur. Again, the risks are extremely high, but it is what it is. Until it fails, like you're not going to be late. Like if this is going to go, failed breakout of a multi-month balance and then rug all the way back down to the lows, like you're not late if you wait for it, right? Yeah. It's probably not going to go 10% in a day. Oh no, now I've just teased market makers with that. But it's probably not going to go 10% in a day, right? So like, it's okay. What's going to happen is like, even if this thing fails, okay, so 70.43 was the prior all-time high on an ETH basis. 70.31 was the prior all-time high on a cash hours basis. So really to me, anything above 70.14, I'll now extend this to 70.20. Could just be a back test and a hold of this breakout. And yesterday's low is quite a bit lower, right? So the first thing that would have to happen is you'd have to take out a prior day's low back within the range. Obviously, yesterday's low is back within the range. And then break a multi-day balance to the downside for to even have a swing high, right? Like an actual swing high to then go. And it's like, okay, well, do we find a higher daily low? Or do we just, puke to hell? Back through all this, disgusting structure from the leg up. I mean, like whatever, but like you can't go lower if you don't go lower. So it seems obvious, but it's not, because so many people continue to just short it on the way up. So you're going to need some kind of a multi-day balance to form back below, this breakout level, and then have that balance break to the downside. And then you can have some bear hopium that like maybe it comes all the way down. But you still have to understand that bulls have plenty of room to put in some kind of a higher low. So for today, I mean, it looks like we may open on a true gap up on ES. So yesterday's high on ES was like 70.64 half, I think. So we're kind of flirting just above it. But like these upside levels that I have here are not, they're not intended to be like shorts, right? It's just kind of your we've never traded them, right? Yeah. So they're extensions. You're just kind of monitoring them for continuation. We tagged kind of the first one and have stalled out there. So, if we do accept back into yesterday's range, I think 2 days in a row, like low of day has been at the spike base from the prior day, because we've just spiked up like every day for the last 69 days probably. Yeah. And so, I mean, if the spike, which the base of the spike was 62.25, I think. So, I mean, if that's all we do is we come down and we're holding 62, 64, and then we rip and come through the overnight high, then just like hands off, right? Don't try to short that. Just roll with it. If you're long, I would be very careful initiating new longs up here on a day trade basis. You can keep a tight stop, whatever. But like if you're adding to swings here, I think that's reckless. Now, if we accept back into yesterday's range, then sure, we have some, potential structure that we could clean up. That's very, very thin. A couple of sets of single prints that could be reactive. Maybe we go on a structure repair mission again. And like if we come back down to this 37-40, like this is a 30-minute chart. So if you just look at all the consolidation yesterday below 37-40, there's a lot of sellers there, right? So, maybe that offers some nice support. So I might look for something like that. The last few days, though, there has been no dip. It's just been open on a true gap up, hold the spike base, and then rip to the heavens. So if it doesn't happen, then maybe you're like, okay, well, today could be a little bit different. Maybe this is going to back test the breakout today. Again, I think 37-40 is a valid back test. 43 was the ETH all-time high. I think 27 to 30-ish would be a valid back test. 70.31 was the prior RTH high. And I think you could potentially come all the way back down to this kind of 70.14 to 70.20 range. Yesterday's excess on the low sits below 70.19. So you really don't want to see like below 70.19. That's when you start to say like, okay, well, shit, this looks kind of bad and could be a problem. So I would keep that in mind. Breadth was kind of not great yesterday for what's supposed to be some massive breakout. So I'm going to pull up the RTY, because I said, if you're itching to short something, short the RTY. We've talked about this a number of times. Look at this profile. What's that?
That's beautiful. It's a beautiful P.
It has a lot of penis character to it for sure. Very top heavy, right? Already we're accepting back into. I wish I was short kind of right now. Back into yesterday's range. I mean, we could now come and cross this distribution. I mean, we've got a ways to go till open. Let's see what happens. But, if we come back down to the other side, that would be my target, like roughly this pullback low from, I think that was Tuesday. And then yesterday's low would be first targets. If we sustain below there, then you start looking over the cliff, right? And you're like, wow, there's nothing down there. Yeah. So like, to me, that's the short trade potentially. And now that I said that, Russell will lead today and it'll be very strong. And the NASDAQ will be weak. But
I mean, we've seen though, Pharm, I mean, especially during, ever since this Iran thing started, I mean, we've seen the Russell either being the big winner every day or the big loser every day, right? It's usually not in between. It's one or the other.
Yeah, yep, that's right. And also I'll add, we've seen some wild relative strength flips right at the open. So I would watch for that. So like NQ right now to me as compared to the Dow. Same thing yesterday pre-market. The Dow looked strong. NQ looked a little bit heavy. And then NQ just did like the stupidest shit I've ever seen yesterday. It was just like straight up framing higher on the 30. Like I don't even know like if there was if we ended 15-minute one-time framing maybe once like for the first 5 hours or something crazy. It was just like a silly move. And that was after it was weak pre-market and the Dow was strong. And then the Dow got stepped on early in the day until it sort of peaked below its IB just a little bit and then kind of ripped face. So watch for these relative strength flips because I'm not joking when I say that now that I said the Russell looks weak, it'll probably end up being strong today. That could absolutely be the case because we've seen a lot of pre-market weakness in one sector and then it just flips at the open. So I would watch for that. But this is, to me, the best short. I think the Dow, right where it's at now, could be a short. So just keep an eye out for those relative strength flips. And again, this is for the bears that are itching to short something. NQ, a little bit less clarity than ES, at least in terms of its breakout. So 399 was its ETH all-time high, and it's kind of sitting right there. So there's certainly a lot less clarity in this breakout. So you'll have to watch that. You can play it for what it is. And so, again, just like for ES, you're watching, yesterday's high. Do we sustain above that? Do we accept back into yesterday's range? And if we do accept back into yesterday's range, you've got the levels here. And the single prints from yesterday are pretty close to it. So you can kind of work off of that. But to me, again, there's nothing meaningfully bearish, and shorts are rentals, even if we do crack back into yesterday's range, until we've had some kind of a multi-day balance break to the downside, and we're nowhere near that yet. So again, careful fading, continuation to the upside today. Understand that there are significant risks of this move failing. Technically, I mean, again, like look at this weekly profile. I mean, have you ever seen anything this kind of wild, right? That's 1 week. It's like, I don't know. It's crazy. So there's definitely risks there. But, if you're itching to short, at least pick on, whatever is relatively weak today instead of chasing the strong one.
Yeah. I mean, it's accumulation and then rip, accumulation, rip, accumulation, rip.
Yeah, and some of the accumulation is relatively minor. So, I mean, it is very trendy, but it has left behind a lot of poor structure. This kind of consolidation was much needed. And, we could end up doing that for a couple of days, fill in some structure, make a multi-day balance, and then just break that to the upside, right? So understand where you're at big picture. There is a risk of a failed breakout, but understand if that breakout sustains, then it's just simply a long into price discovery. And somebody asked about targets. Like for me, actually, like 72.69 on ES seems like a very reasonable first target. I do have targets higher that I've had since the end of last year, really. 73.69, 74.69. These are actual targets. If you do extensions, like they're almost perfect, at least the way that I do extensions, and maybe round by like a handle or so. But this could go a lot higher if this breakout sustains.
Very, very awesome. Well, appreciate your time this morning as usual. Looking forward to seeing you, man. I can't wait for you to get off that plane and meet us in the lobby of the hotel. It's going to be a really fun Miami trip.
Looking forward to it, buddy.
And now with the way you're looking, you it's going to be awesome, man. So thanks again, and I'll see you pretty soon.
Take care, Jim.
All right, we are ready to trade the open. Right now, we have a couple of young, very talented traders with us today. Let's bring in Nick for a tick and the mighty Jack Gleason. Look at that graphic. Here you guys are. How you guys doing this morning?
Good morning.
Man, Jack, you look extraordinarily happy right now.
Well, I'm just laughing at Pharm's sunglasses and the Dare shirt. I thought that was just kind of funny. I think he's in a good mood this morning.
Oh,
so
man.
I'm in a good mood because he's in a good mood.
I know Nick met Pharm. Have you met Pharm yet?
I have not met Pharm.
He's the best. You're going to love him. He's great.
Going to be a lot of hands to shake this weekend.
Yeah, everybody. It's funny. The characters that we're going to be with, they're characters, man. We're all characters. Everyone's super friendly and humble though, which makes it so pleasant. You'll know what I'm talking about when you get here. Anyway, Nick is all studying the charts right now. He's like, "What are you guys talking about, man? We got to start trading."
It's gonna be a weird day. I have a feeling. I mean, it's been a weird week. It's been a weird 2 weeks, and I guess I've been as bullish of anyone, but at any point, I'm kind of with Pharm where I'm a little hesitant to keep trying to get long the highs without some level of a pullback, maybe to 26,000 is what I could see this morning or today, possibly, if buyers can't keep the momentum up. But I don't know. It's kind of been fun to watch. I don't know if everyone missed XY's absolute clinic yesterday of buying highs, adding higher, selling higher, and then adding higher again. You missed a great trading clinic yesterday, and I'm trying to get him the clip of all of his ads so that he can actually show that. But that was wild to see, and something I actually am trying to get better at as a trader.
Yeah, no, it was for sure. But I mean, you guys, we've seen this. This happens to me, and then I was a broker for a long time, so I talked to customers forever. And the call I would get is, "Hey, Jim, I just went short," and I was like, "Okay, why?" And they said, "Well, because it can't go any higher."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, that's not really a trade strategy, is it? Jack, what do you think about that?
So for me, yesterday on stream, I mentioned my upside target in the ES was 76, and that's basically been a ceiling here, the overnight high. I am walking into this morning small short with a stop above the overnight high. I do expect the overnight low to be taken out here today. Whether it's a balance day, maybe we can continue higher, but I actually do believe that the overnight low at least will be taken out today. And it'll be more of a two-sided trade than we have seen. We've completed some fib negative 100 levels that I've had in both from the last major pullback, which was on, this is a negative 100 fib target I have from the Sunday night low. And we very rarely in the indexes go through that without just a little bit of a pullback. Do I think this market's going to turn around, head back to lows? Absolutely not. But I'm looking for on the lower end today a 70.55 and the ES to 70.47, and in the NQ 26.320s to 26.275. So those are going to be the levels where I really turn around. I did get long gold off the Sunday, or not the Sunday open, the Asia open. And I've been holding, which isn't necessarily, I'm up on the trade. It's not necessarily great because I would have been up way more when I was sleeping, but you can't manage positions with your eyes shut. So I've moved my stop below the local low here this morning, expecting a potential move above the overnight highs in GC that's given me some padding to walk in and give this open a short shot. Could be brave, as you say.
Yeah, no. Well, so going back to your minus 100 fib real quickly, so I understand it right, and everyone's following this. You do a regular Fibonacci extension, except you show that what the negative 100 would be instead of just stopping it at 0. You're showing negative numbers, and that's a target.
Yeah, that's a target. And it's actually the fib I don't draw from a low, I draw from a high. So if you were to take Tuesday's high, which was the high before the breakout of last week, and take it up to what was Friday's high, that Sunday night open was the 50% retracement of that measure. So Tuesday's high drawn to what is Friday's high, divided by 2, traded at Sunday open, and the negative 100% projection, which is basically the entire mathematical move of Tuesday's high to Friday high doubled. So Tuesday's high to Friday high, it expanded 100% to the upside. That is this 70.76 level here. And even if we, do peak above it again here today, I really doubt we trade. We close above that 70.76. That is very rare, even in the most bullish scenarios. And the last time we traded a similar setup to the negative 100, there was a little bit of a fade to it. But that's my expectation, is that's going to be a hard level to push through, and we're going to see continued resistance. Of course, crazier things have happened. I got some pretty tight risk. It's actually about, 40% of my typical risk per trade. So I'm not, sizing up here by any means. I'm just giving it a potential shot of maybe just cracking down to my target right now is 70.54. So that's an opening trade I'm looking for right now. And also, so the scanner I see that my screen is showing right now for the first time. We have the Russell, we have what I refer to as bear bars in the NASDAQ. We have a bear bar in the Russell. So we're actually starting to see, simply outside of my bias, but just a scan I run, starting to see these indexes actually see, validating selling pressure based on some of the scans I run here into the open.
Yeah, got it. Awesome stuff. Nick, what are you thinking? What's your chart telling you?
For me, we need to keep the momentum up going to the upside, or we're probably going to fall back another 400 points to 26K. That's like the point of control so far for the week's profile, sitting right here. And that's the first place I would imagine we get some fresh buyers kind of stepping back in, or at least refreshing on the longer time frame bid. To the upside, I'm kind of watching like the 620s to 630s area, and then my next kind of extension to the upside or options areas that I'd be watching is kind of in like the 680s to 720s in NQ. So if we can get another violent move to the upside, what's to stop this train from continuing? Otherwise, yeah, I'm kind of looking to potentially take, at least just on the intraday time frame, like some aspect of taking some points down to 26,200, if not all the way down to 26,000 today. But yeah, this has been wild to see. I feel like we haven't had this much momentum to the upside this quickly. Since probably the early parts of I guess this time last year, when we were kind of reversing off Liberation Day, where we just went 50% straight up without much of a 5% pullback. So this has been fun to watch. That's I guess the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, very rare price action. We're living in interesting, unique times for sure. Well, thank you, fellas, for being here with us today. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you for watching NinjaTrader Live, everybody. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up. Super important to me. I thank you sincerely for all of that and all your good follows. If you're going to be in Miami, looking forward to seeing you as well. Jack's already down here. Nick, safe travels. I will see you pretty soon. Looking forward to seeing you again, Nick, and looking forward to meeting you for the first time, Jack. So I'm going to dip in the chat. You guys, best of luck on any trades you make.
Thanks. Oil actually having a nice move up here too. That's for the first time in a few days on a bullish opportunity for me. I've been shorting most of the last few days in CL, but this morning I like the way it's kind of trading out this low.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this might be an interesting day if we keep. Anyone who's ever watched me trade, I hate price discovery mode, all-time high trading. Like going back to last summer, I feel like every week I was talking about this nauseum that just says like, I'm not great at trading when there's not a two-way structure, when there's not levels to the upside and levels to the downside. And the only thing I have to the upside are options and fib extensions and other things that I don't necessarily use day in and day out. So yesterday was fun. I got long around 26K and only caught 70, 80 points of it. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what I want to do today. I know I've been writing plans for gold and crude as well. So I'm going to try to, I don't really want to trade crude because the way it's still been moving. Maybe I'll slap on some micros if I'm going to trade it. But if we continue just kind of meandering to the upside slowly and blowing out anybody that ever tries to step in front of this, then next week I likely am going to be trading some micros in crude or trading gold. I'm just not great at all-time high price discovery.
Definitely different beats because, like you said, actually, I didn't get to see a session, but it's a buy high and sell higher environment. And, for me, a lot of the entries have been overnight when I'm kind of not at my desk. So like yesterday, like the pullback was at like 4:00 in the morning or something like that. And unless the thing is, you have to go tighter and higher. And I just have been trading other products because they have given that opportunity of that two-way trade. CL yesterday, great two-way trade. Gold, kind of the same, a little more long bias in gold than I am short bias, but CL really a great two-way trade. And that's part of the reason I switch markets all the time, because the setup is not ideal. I'm just willing to move to the next market, but this market analyzer scan I've built really has been helpful for me when I'm out of trade ideas. I will literally just go to this, and anything reading bull or bear, I'll simply just flip over to that market and attempt to find a trade location for an entry. So, we have bull in CL. We have bear in NQ, which is the first time in this entire rally we've gone into the open with this reading since we began. So that's something I'm taking into consideration. Russell as well. I do agree with what Pharm said, that the Russell is the weaker of the markets. I did take a short in the Russell yesterday and was successful with that. But yeah, so we got the YM is bull, which is interesting that the YM was a little bit lagging yesterday as the NASDAQ and the ES were pumping into new highs. The Dow was near the low of the range, and actually in the afternoon session, people like, why are you trading the Dow? I was like, well, the reason I'm trading the Dow is because the index, the NASDAQ and the ES are already at highs. I thought the Dow would actually put in support, and therefore my trade location in the YM, if the assumption was the market was going to continue higher, was better because it was at the bottom of the relative range compared to the other indexes. And then you can see it's had a little bit of a better follow through. The YM here has had a little bit of a better follow through than the indexes, or I could say the indexes, but of course that is an index, the ES and the NQ today. So that's going to be something I'm going to continue to pay attention to here today, guys. I'm going to reference this scan for trade ideas. And if you ever want me to pull this up, because then I'll keep it on my screen. Basically, it's kind of large. It covers almost everything else you guys see on here. But if you ever have any questions about this and which markets are trending based on the scan, feel free to let me know and I'll pull it into view for you. But yeah, this gold, man, waking up, being long that the whole night, and basically, a few G's off my highs, but moved up my stop here. I really, that's going to be the majority of my weight this morning, because if that thing can run to target, that'll make my day. So watching that closely, CL bumping up to the highs of the range, up at the 78% of the entire range right now. Have you dabbled into any of the other, because I know, how ridiculous this market has been to the upside. Has that kind of encouraged you to look at other markets? I know you were saying you want to go into CL, you said.
I started, I've been writing like a daily plan and a weekly plan for the last 2 weeks. And I said I finally was going to kind of put some of the vibe coding things and the extra effort that I'm putting in for a variety of that I was doing all these other projects for other people kind of thing. Like I just was developing other stuff. Like we did the course, and I've just been spending a lot of time doing other stuff that doesn't actually help my trading. But the fact that we've been doing this, and I've been polling and scraping and having tables kind of auto-populate with a lot of different, MGI and volume data, delta data that I'm kind of just compiling for other use cases. I had the idea, I think on like Monday morning, where I was like, maybe I could make not necessarily a screener, kind of like what you're talking about, Jack, but like some kind of like unified personal dashboard that is like looking at different things that I have all over the place, whether it be in TradingView, whether it be in Ninja, like just other indicators and stuff that's just kind of scattered. Like what if I unified them and it basically becomes my dashboard for monitoring other products that are moving, or potential setups that are forming, where it's like crude is has a confluence of, last week's point of control and this week's value area low and the monthly VWAP and, an options level is all kind of at the same general spot. And we're within X amount of ticks away from it. Like alert me, like show me that front and center on my screen, just to something I'm not watching 24 hours a day, which is some of the other product because I focus so much on equities. This is kind of the things I've been starting to build this week, just to keep myself honest and to get me more comfortable trading other products, because it's all just going to be based on volume, really just volume data more than anything else as the heaviest weight, which is just the most bare bones, basic support and resistance type trading that, you can do. And I can set risk based on things like that. So that's how I'm kind of babying myself to getting back into other products and actually focusing on, building something for myself that's actually going to help me trade and potentially grow my own trading profits, because it gets me out of the weeds of just staring at NQ all day.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to dive into that. And that's really the thing. It's like, it sounds like you know what you want to look for, and with how easy automation has become and the tools that you can really do in NinjaTrader. I've tried to do some of this stuff actually in other platforms and have been unsuccessful at doing it, just because they don't offer the type of coding or like really the possibilities that NinjaTrader's platform offers. But you can do a lot in NinjaTrader, but it takes a while to learn. What I'm showing you, it's not like something I picked up overnight, as I'm sure you're learning as you dive into this stuff. It's work. It's not exactly the fun thing, but it's a problem. It's like getting a hard piece of homework in a project. And when's the last time anybody did a project on their own? Nobody's giving you a deadline but yourself. But if you know what to look for, there's a way to like pull that into view. So if you can define what it is, whether it's, your deltas, your VWAPs, monthly, et cetera, there's a way to center that all in one place and give you just a flash view. Because yesterday I was kind of joking, I rushed out of my house with 3 minutes of closing my laptop off, getting off stream on Tuesday, and I forgot my computer charger. And I was like, I got to the airport, I knew I forgot it. And so I was down to a 15-inch laptop. And I mean, imagine doing everything we do on just a one single 15-inch laptop. So I was like, you can't always watch everything, is my point with saying that. And by like having some type of automation that can bring important notes to you, whether it's like, hey, we're at the 50% retracement of the day, or hey, there's a huge delta divergence in gold, whatever input it is that you decide that you have edge around, if you can find a way to scan that, you don't need 6 monitors watching it. Even if I had 6 monitors, which I don't, it's so hard to watch 6 monitors effectively, or even multiple timeframes effectively. The scanner I use is pulling 3 separate timeframes. I would have to have incredible bandwidth, attention to detail, multiple monitors just to scan 3 separate timeframes. Instead, I just have it doing it automated and then spitting out the results. So I encourage you guys to dive into some of those lessons and do what Nick's doing. Do some homework, do some projects, make your life easier.
I mean, there's so many tools out there and obviously so many charting platforms, but it's kind of like the way, if you want it a certain way, or it's even just, you have so many scattered sources. It's like, I feel like I'm having the same conversation I used to have with the Fortune 100 companies that I was kind of working with as customers and clients. And it's like, it's the same story that I would talk to them, which is like an ununified data problem at their IT department and marketing departments and things. It's just like there's siloed sources of information and nobody's looking at the same thing at the same time. And this is kind of the same logic of that, of like, I have way too many inputs and not a way to process it for like my ADD brain to like actually focus on it. So how can I unify them? And something as simple as I'm just going to host it locally for myself. And it's, the good news is the different AI models out there have made this easily digestible. So I can look at it exactly how I want to and build my own little secret sauce of whatever, some kind of model that actually scores scenarios kind of coming into play. And it's all based on like back tested data and statistical percentages of success and stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a ton of stuff out there, but in the age of automation, you might as well put it in your favor.
100%.
He asked me the 5 minutes. If I reduce my time frame, do I wait more than 25 minutes out of a 5-minute chart? No, I don't. I mean, even if I'm trading a 1-minute chart, which is like really rare did I trade a 1 minute chart? We have to have like a special set of circumstances where like I can't even see what happened because we move so fast. But realistically, if you're trading a 5 minute chart, sooner or later, if you just wait a little bit, you'll get your setup. And then there was a question in Spanish that I cannot answer. So I saw Jack and then Spanish. Unfortunately, I don't read Spanish, but if you have a question that you can translate for me, I'll try to answer it.
What happens to all my work if Claude gets taken down? Well, everything I've built a repo structure on GitHub, so everything's just private, and everything is then saved into my own private.
Doesn't exist. What are you going to do for a job? I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know. I think we have bigger problems if the market ceases to exist. I really haven't thought that one out yet.
At the end of the day, my background developer that commits things is gone, and I replace it with another one, and I use local models too. So it's like there's other ways to do this, even if Anthropic went fully enterprise and stopped dealing with consumers. Did we just lose Jack? Oh no, sorry, my like presenter view of the stream, like for some reason.
Am I gone?
No, I didn't see the output anymore, and I was like, oh, it's just me suddenly. But yeah, I think all my stuff is safe. Even the course, everything should still always be there because it's all backed up anyway. But yeah. Fun stuff. Keep learning. Build I think, like I said, I'm finally turning my brain for this stuff back towards trading. So if I can continue to share things publicly free of cost to anybody, then I will continue to do so. But some of this stuff, it's impossible for me to share. Like there's no way for me to host aspects of the data that I'm pulling and scraping. Some of it's subscription based, and I'll share the levels on like my daily plans and stuff, but I can't share the other stuff.
Yeah, I should also say I'm going to give a shout out to my boy Santiago, who's been helping me do a lot of this stuff as well. It also helps to, a lot of traders, and I've had a lot of people over the years offer me coding help because, like, if you know about trading, it's a very different skill set than coding, to be completely honest. And, if you've been in the game a long time and have some ideas and have a buddy who's been coding a long time and, would like to learn more about the markets, team up with them. Definitely makes things easier. All right, coming back into my entry here. Yes, I was like, if I just get ripped out before we even open, I'm going to feel real dumb. Move this out of the way. 7 minutes till open. I do think the 30 minutes before the open, it can be some of the longest time of the day. You're flying in Friday, right, Nick?
Yeah, I'm flying in tomorrow morning. I'll be there before everything gets going on Friday. I'm flying back Sunday morning. Looking forward to sitting by the water a little bit, probably Saturday morning.
Yeah,
I miss the beach
over there.
Oh, either way, doesn't matter. Body of water for me, being a Southern California kid, is always just what I need sometimes.
Definitely relieves the nerves.
Well, I had to say this to people before. Like, I used to live in Newport Beach, like a stone's throw away from the sand, and like every morning before I'd go into an office, I would, take the dog, go for a jog down the boardwalk in the sand, whatever. And it's like, you take that away, it's been a weird transition over the last decade, unfortunately, for me to not have that lifestyle, I guess.
Nick, do you surf?
I used to. I did in high school for a little bit. I'm not good, but
yeah, I mean, it's all right. You can pick up a wave. I'm not asking you to rip tunnels.
I was not I nowhere near had the skill set to like go to the wedge in Newport and like actually not just fall flat on my face and get hurt. But I can surf a little bit and a little bit of whitewash here and there. Like, I can stand up and balance, but who knows if I could do it now? This was like when I was 15 and you can kind of do everything.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't get hurt doing anything. No fear. remember like snowboarding that age, just hit any jump, any size. Now, if like I see a jump, I'm just like, I just see a broken collarbone or like a potential like torn ligament.
And I sneeze and I could pull a muscle in my neck now. That's just my life.
It's the staring at the screens, man.
Well, like last week, my mom was in town for like 36 hours, and we went to like one of the children's museums that's here in Dallas. Let my daughter run around for like an hour and play with a bunch of stuff. And they have like weird exhibits and things. So I picked her up at like a weird angle for my back, and I pulled my back. Like, this is just my life now. Doesn't matter. I just find ways to hurt myself doing nothing.
There's a question about how I determine if we're in a range or not. So, I mean, once again, just going back to the scan, if there's a flat line here, like also, for a couple of days this week, this entire row is either bullish or bearish. That is extremely rare. That means like all markets are trending risk on or risk off situation, because everything's moving aggressively. But anytime I have like a flat line here, just means more like a two-sided market. I don't want to fade, but the more markets that like typically when we're really slow, everything's really slow. Maybe one or two markets are moving, but when we really slow down, just looking at this, because these scans are pulling from 3 separate time frames, so they have to be trending on the 5-minute, the 15-minute, and the hourly. It's not just one time frame. And if we're not doing that, you're just going to get this flat line here, and that tells me the market conditions that we're in, and based on the market conditions we're in, determines the style of which I trade it. But yeah, everything, every strategy has its strengths and weaknesses. I'm very aware of like under what market conditions my, different strategies are going to perform better. Range expansion strategies, where you're holding just for new highs is one thing. Range contraction strategies, reversion to the mean is another. I know a lot of people like to look for like sweeps of highs and then reversals like you had here in MGC overnight. You had a sweep of high at 1 o'clock in the morning, one tick and a high, and then a reversal. That's going to work in a certain market condition. But you really just have to be aware of whatever your entry model is or strategy, under what conditions that market performs, or what market conditions that strategy is going to perform the best. Three minutes. Oh, I'm tempted to buy CL here. Might.
The only thing I'm just hesitant about is it's OPEX week, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is. That's the only thing that might make me feel weird about. I mean, whatever may happen today or tomorrow.
I mean, Friday more.
I'm not trading tomorrow though. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I might trade the first hour. I'll tell you what. This stock, I don't know if you've been watching Avis Car Rental, but the thing has gone from 100 to like 4. It topped out at 415 this week in a month.
Did they announce they're now an AI company?
Yeah, they might have. I'm not sure. They might have automated self-driving cars or something now. But it's just turned into one of the biggest squeezes probably since. Yeah, but I'm going to be looking to when you get these like hyper squeeze stocks, when we go into OPEX Friday, I'm going to go for the moonshot. I'm going to go for because this thing is up 300% a month. Like, it's going to crash down, and the mechanics of the options expiration often come into play on things like this. But in 2020, I want to say this stock squeezed, all the way up to 540, and then the next day it was down at 300. So pretty wild. Pretty wild. All right, 1 minute to open here, or a few seconds. I got a CL limit at 91.82 right now, just below where we're currently trading.
Whoa.
Is.
And we are open. Gonna be watching like 488-ish. Where's the overnight high? I guess that is the overnight high. Never mind.
I really just hope gold rallies from these positions. I mean, I'll still take some profit if I get stopped out because my stop has moved into profit, but it would be nice to get a runner. The market analyzer template, I mean, if you're referring to mine, it is not available, but you can build one.
I mean, as is tradition, do I just need to short 420s on Thursdays?
We did have the Thursday low when that market turned around. The green Thursday, that was it.
Yeah, let's see if Jack and I just decide to kill the rally today, as is what usually happens on Thursday, is any momentum just gets absolutely walloped in the face.
Yeah, the direction we move on Thursday is the direction you can trade until we get back on next Thursday, and then whatever direction that day is, then you can just do that again.
I just have a weird feeling we're going to kill the rally today.
I like I said, we're up at negative 100 that I have. I do think we're in overnight lows. I think we go into a balance from here. I don't want to be a shot caller. That's really not what I'm trying to do, but that's actually like an opinion I have based on technical things I have and even backed up by my scanner. But we'll see if we take out those overnight lows. I still think there's going to be a long here today. I just don't think it's up here in a gap up right now. But it's not a bad bet. If I were to wait for one level today, it'd be 70.48s in the ES. And NQ is already diving towards overnight lows. Well, I mean, at least the most recent low. I mean, if we take out that 6:45 a.m. low, which we are bumping up on, that is the first level that traded as support. Sweet. No fill from SCO. Mm-hmm. Definitely going to fill the gap in NQ, that's for sure. Not far away. That's not a big call. But all right. Gold picking up. Just want to see gold break above this 48.45 here. It's been the top of this morning's last hour's range. That thing could push us up. That blue line you're seeing on my screen is the middle of the prior day's range. And if we can get above that middle of the prior day's range in the opening balance drive and hold above it, that's going to give me confidence to hold my position for new highs through the overnight high. I'd really like to see that recaptured. Whether or not that can be done is to be determined, but that's something I'll be looking for, is to get above that blue line I got on GCs and hold above that in the first hour. That's my first level of confidence. Russell pretty strong here. Russell, the weak boys are catching up. The Dow and the Russell playing a little stronger here than the ES and the NASDAQ right now. Carlin. No, Colin. Wow. Messed that one up badly. My stop loss in the MES is 70.79. It's the highs of the overnight section, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I will not be paying for table service in Miami. I'm not going to set up $5,000 bill.
What do I use for copiers? I've always just, if I'm like copy trading, I've always just used like the native Tradebate one. I never bought one, like one of the old ones for Ninja, but there's a bunch out there in the space if you want one that isn't native or that out there. I think Tradecopia and I think what's the other one? XY I think uses like Replicanto. There's a few. I haven't used anything outside of kind of the native ones before.
CL popped into a new local high. Missed my entry by about 6 ticks on that one. But I want to see what we do at 9:45. What gives the output for your scanner? There's a few things I have in my scanner. These blue bars you see on my screen are a momentum trigger that I have based on 3 custom indicators and 2 platform indicators. The 2 platform indicators are VWAP and PSAR. The rest are indicators I built. It's a combination of 5 different indicators, and it prints blue when 3 or more change from bull to bear, bear to bull in a period of less than 25 minutes. It flips like that. So that gives me my bull or bear bar scan. So that's where that one comes from. And then I just have an underlying trend scan. So ideally what I'm looking for is an underlying trend scan with a bullish or bearish confirmation. So like right now ZN, which I'm not probably going to trade here today. It's bear, but bull, MCL, ZB, YM, GC. Take a look at any of these charts. You can tell they're bullish. This does a pretty good job of giving me the trend. And the ES, that there's no trend that I have in the ES, but the last bar is a bear bar. So 2 is better than 1, but 1 will at least give me some type of opinion on the market.
I was hoping we were going to get a push up there to the overnight VWAP and give me a chance to short 420s. Apparently that's not allowed.
Yeah. Oh man, I would love to see if we actually get the first move down here on a Thursday morning. We might be the signal. They moved the markets. Overnight lows at 26,345, basically right at the open. I mean, is the opening bar for NQs.
Is the SPOOs even on today?
Not yet.
I mean, it's like a 6-point range, man. Oof.
Yeah,
I mean, I know it's been 10 minutes, but that sounds fun.
We'll speed it up for us here in a minute, I think.
Where's XY? He will join us at 10 o'clock Central Time. You guys will be taken the rest of the way through this morning with Stowe and XY after Jack and I.
So, like, for example, what a bull bar would look like is this last 5-minute bar here in CL. And you can clearly see, I mean, that's an expansionary bar putting through highs at a local high. You know, I had my bid here at 91.84s, I think, or 83. I don't remember where it was, but never got filled this morning. That's the first trade I've taken since we've been on, or at least attempted to take. I didn't get in it, but usually when I don't get in trades and they immediately start moving in the direction I thought they were, there we go.
Thank goodness. I'm lagging.
There we go.
There it goes. I was going to say my chart data is lagging.
There's the overnight lows and the NQs getting taken out. Oh, we went right to them so far, but
my chart's lagging a little bit, so I'm going to refresh. Try this again.
I did say PSAR. Yep, parabolic SAR. It's in most platforms. That's actually the red dash lines you see on my screen as a PSAR. I'm not even sure if that was news, to be completely honest. I do not know. A little tired of trying to figure out what moved the market. News completes targets. Somebody always knows. Somebody, especially right now, you can tell. Somebody knows something most of the time.
Okay. Looks like I'm back in sync on the lag here. Okay. Yeah, I'm still watching to see if I can get an entry short here, but we also just bounced at a spot that right off to the tick of the overnight low, and the V range is right there too.
Yeah, I'm still, I mean, if you look at the structure in the NQ since those overnight highs, it's lower lows, lower highs. I'm still kind of interested in selling into this. But because I'm going to tell you what, though, I'm going to start moving my stop down in the ES. I've been in this trade long enough that if we do start peaking back above those highs, really reducing my risk here. Just bringing it down. Gold still doing nothing. YM had a 152-point opening 5-minute candle to the upside, and we are back on those lows. So rejection in the YM. And, where can you check the VIX and how does it work? Well, you can check the VIX futures contracts, I believe, in Ninja. And it is basically just a price on volatility. So it's the higher the VIX is, the more options cost. I wouldn't call myself a volatility expert, so I'm not going to go too much deeper than that. But there's days where you can have the VIX up and the market's up as well. That would be a divergent signal. So like today, if the market closed higher and the VIX did too, I would say people are starting to put on protection at these highs.
I'm really trying to find an entry here.
I expect the NASDAQ to get down to like 26,000, I don't know, 300 potentially. Ideally, my favorite trade location would be like a 26,210 here today in the NQ if we can get it. That might be a big ask, but you know, it's really only 150 points, which would be a proper pullback. Oil bumping up on highs.
Do I want a long? No, I was trying to look for a short around the 400s to 420s, but I'm not that confident in either direction yet.
Alex Carr's Mac Attack says, can we get those likes up? NP is awesome and deserves the love. I agree, which just reminded me I need a live stream, which I just did. I haven't dove into the burners yet. A little too concentrated on trading. I'll do that when the market's slowing down. The open takes focus. Zen, I don't actually really trade options often, so the only one I mentioned was potentially looking at this Friday car, just because it's an explosive short squeeze going into potential gamma games into options expiry. But my ideal entry in car, and this might sound unbelievable, would be above 530, and that's 100 points away. That would take a bit of a squeeze to get there, but it's been moving 70 points a day, so gold is starting to get weak.
Have I ever been to Buffalo Chip in North Scottsdale? No, my brother still lives there, but I don't even know what that is.
I've been there.
Why are you asking me?
He wants to meet you there. It's quite the bar. They got rodeo in the middle of the bar. All right, about to get.
It's in Cave Creek. Yeah, I've never been there. I'm sure my brother has. Oh, there's the flush. Damn.
All right, taking out of my gold position, but here we go. Kind of want to drag this ES target a little lower. I'm going to do that. This is just starting to break down. And it's 47 is where I want to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have selling pressure. We are through the overnight lows now in both indexes. And I'll share my scan. What my scan looks like now. Nothing but bears, baby. All the indexes have flipped. That's an ATR expansion down to the last 5 minutes. We've increased range from more than 150% of the average. So, not something I want to fade right now.
Yeah. If we get a liquidation down to 26K, though, I'm gonna be mad if I'm not on this. If I can get a pop to jump back in.
I might do that. I might even go lower here. 70-33, 70-34. So I'm gonna go. Leave my stop down. That does not need to go back to my entry. Oil, new high today. But exactly what I said this morning. Oil's triggering the longs so aggressively I couldn't even get my limit order filled, and the indexes were showing, we had completed those bigger targets I mentioned this morning with Jim. And here is the follow through.
David, XY will be here later in about an hour.
Hey, really, they want XY.
Apparently, the guy just makes so much money that everyone wants him to trade. I get it. He's a phenomenal trader, and you will get your XY fix in about an hour, as well as tomorrow.
Where is he?
Yeah, XY is definitely, he's probably awake now, but because he's going to be on camera in 45 minutes, but
he's doing his hair.
But you should, when you have some downtime today, like I said, I'm trying to get the highlights from yesterday's portion and shorten it into about 3 minutes. But but yeah, it's worth the watch and skimming, trying to find when he adds, because he explained some of them, what he was seeing and why he's trying to add. And it was fun trying to cut that last night, and I gave up because I got tired after a long day. But hopefully I can get at least a highlight reel version of the clip for everybody, or for him to share.
Just to give you guys an idea of like how I manage positions. So like, obviously, we all know now that was a big move down, and I've dragged my targets lower. Whether or not that's going to be the right call is to be determined, as always. But anytime you have an expansionary move down or up and I'm in that trade, I like to kind of let it play out a little bit instead of just taking the first target. So if I've moved my target from 70.48, which is basically the low right now, to lower, and then instead I'm going to give it like a time target. So if we ATR down at basically the 950 bar, I believe, we just started the 955 bar. I will give it to, let me do some quick math, 1015, and ideally cover in between 1010 to 1015 and just give it that time to sell. This is really the first bar of selling we've seen off the open, at least, in quite some time. So I'm not in a rush to immediately cover the first low. If it moves back against me, then, that wouldn't be a surprise either. But I do think I could potentially have a little more room here. Yeah.
Come on, give me something up here to short.
Bashan, you say, crazy drop. Anyone see that coming? Well, I was short. Somebody saw it coming. Somebody's always long or short, so it's really not even that impressive yet, though. That's just a one bar move. Wait till you get down 50 from the high. We're down 5 points on the day. Feels a whole lot bigger when you haven't seen a red bar move down in 2 weeks. Might actually add here. I'm going to add and move my stop down. Why am I adding? Because I'm right. And I think there's more to go. Losers average losers. This is a winner.
That was it, huh? 300? That was 320s? That was what I got. ES finally moved.
When you trade in front of 1,100 people every morning, somebody always has an opinion about what you're doing. It's great. Thank you, Method. But yeah, I think at this point in time, YM is bearish with a bear bar. NQ is bearish with a bear bar. ES is bearish with a bear bar. Russell as well. Where is that? Russell's actually not feeding me a bearish signal yet. That's the only one of the four. But 3 out of the 4 is good enough for me to want to trade to the downside until something flips. There's a couple levels I'll try, like way below us, but Mia, I'm using the indicator at the bottom of my screen, which is something I've created. But there's many different things you could look. I mean, you could simply look at moving averages. Are we above or below the 9 MA? I mean, you know, to be honest, I'm not going to share this. This is accumulation of 7 years of hard work. I'm not just going to flip it out.
But Jack's gonna give the sauce to me though, right? Like I get a copy.
I can hook Nick up with it. But
Jack could give it to me, and I will probably look at it like 3 times, and then I'll accidentally forget about it, and then he'll be like, "So what do you think?" And then like a month goes by, and I've never touched it. It's very possible that's how it would happen.
Buried in the code.
Yep. The Allbirds AI story is the market top sign. Yes, it's very, very possible. I've said this to a few people though. I think the work that I've been doing on the AI front makes me as an individual human being more of an AI company than Allbirds currently is.
Yeah, I'm like, what kind of staff they got working there that was just like, you know what, guys, I think we're going to do? We're going to stop selling shoes and we're going to do AI.
We're going to invest in GPUs instead of shoes. GPUs, the shoes of servers.
They must have some extremely capable like staff that just like feel like they're just going to flip them from like marketing shoes. Their problem was they have a store right by my house. They went brick and mortar. Great direct consumer brand, brick and mortar, over leveraged. Forget about it.
Classic.
See you later. You just know some genius with a Wharton degree came up with that idea. It was like, we're gonna invest $30,000 a year or $30,000 a month into retail stores to sell shoes for $120. And then that same guy blew up the company. He's like, all right, AI. How do I have more than one ninja chart on your screen? So you just go to new chart and you put in a new chart, and then I just shrink those charts. You guys see two. I have 4 on this screen, which is really the only. That's kind of, I tap out at watching 4 markets simultaneously at a time. $50 or Tristan for this morning's high is going to be a 60 quarter in the ES. I do expect that's going to be right back to my average at this point in time, but I definitely want to see some sellers step in there again. Otherwise, I think it may be some time before we actually reverse if we don't see an instant offer from there. I do still think we're going lower, but the pattern of which we make it down there is to be determined.
I'm going to possibly try short here.
Let's go.
But by a show of hands, anyone going to the meetup in Miami this weekend?
Yeah. Miami.
That was an all-time song.
Is there? I mean, that's a classic.
Great music video. We should try to recreate it. If we had time, maybe we would, but I'm pretty sure we don't.
All right, sellers, this is where I just want you to push.
I agree. And you know what? I'm going to say,
Here we go.
You. I'm going to use a multi-target strategy, though, instead of all in, all out like I am in the ES. There's my NQs. Just got short. Pig Willie style, yep. What a multi-talented individual. Singer, rapper, actor. Not sure what else he does. More than I.
Oh, come on, sellers.
Sure, would love to see a GC reversal here.
Oh, you jerks.
Come to Papa. There is we're up like this is the fourth bar of the counter trend rally. So usually, my five bar theory, we shouldn't have more than one more bar here, and then we should start rolling. The counter trend very rarely lasts longer than that, assuming this is of course the counter trend, but this is where we should start to roll. We also did tag that 50% retracement from this morning's high I mentioned at 60 quarter right now. That's the high in the ES. And I'm going to be looking for 40s or low. I still think we're going lower. Normal reflective bounce for this to get bid up off of a move lower. I think that's completely normal behavior, should be expected. And really, if we were to take out this low, that's when people, the first flash move down is one thing, but if you get a second wave lower, that's really what kind of changes, I think, opinions on people. Because, of course, everybody's going to buy the first dip. That's no surprise to me. Imagine can we get a little lower or not? And if we can't, then we're moving back up to, top of the range, which I think we will struggle again. Even if we get up there, I do think we will struggle again.
Yeah, I got taken out. So now I guess I wait a little higher or continue this party to the upside and go find everybody hanging out at 600 or something.
Yeah, very close to getting taken out there in the ES. Let's see here.
Oh, come on. No, not now. You're not going to get me in?
About a minute to the fifth bar counter trend here. And that'll be the moment of truth. Rallied right to the breakdown point in NQ and then really saw some responsive selling up there. Really,
yes,
just
there was.
Just like that tactical level right before we fell off, just retest and you're at 26,400. Only if they would have given you the 420. All right, here. See if you can push down to 740s now. Otherwise, I'm toast on this trade. Oil's still holding highs here. Still kind of pushing above that overnight high.
Can we sell it now?
I think so. This is the 5th counter trend bar. Usually doesn't go more than this, but I mean, here's how I see it: is that this holds, or we push back up to really where we broke down from, and then get like, you're just gonna have to wait for like a sell signal and then try to get in it. If we push back up the highs, I'm gonna just be watching for some type, like this morning, right before we dropped, we had a little bit of a range expansion at 945, and then really that was the tight sell. But I'm going to move my stop below that most recent local high in the NQ.
Let's break this spot and let's go take out new lows.
Anybody here ever watch the tick, the nicey tick, or the NQ tick, or the Q tick, I should say? NASDAQ tick charts. Yeah, they're downtrending right now. So failed to get above the 0 line in the nicey tick there, which is a good sign for bears. Couple of tick users in here, a couple of experts. That's what I want to hear. That's not a beginner tool. I'll watch it in moments like this. I don't watch it all the time, but it's definitely, if especially if you're a shorter time frame trader, it can definitely be helpful. It's like the heartbeat of the market. Measures the up versus down stocks at any given moment of time. Yeah, I used to use the trend, but I found it used to be extremely reliable. Maybe I'll take a look at it again. It's been a while since I've used the trend. I got so lucky with my stop there, and I'm going to literally use the word luck because it came within like a tick or two of getting stopped. In ES, that would have been just like the dumbest trade to see that whole position go my way at and then get stopped and have it roll over.
Right.
I would have been like, idiot.
I mean, I had to re-enter basically. I mean, I got stopped, went about 10 points higher, and then had to re-enter. God, what are we doing? Can we just make a new low? Like, that wasn't very nice. Yes, bouncing off that.
They're going to fight this down move.
Yeah, they are definitely fighting. Trying to stop it. Like, just let it happen. Let's go back to 200, and then we can all rebid it.
I mean, literally, fifth bar off the low, rolled over. Like, I'll give it another 5 bars from that high, and then I'm going to be like, all right, what's going on here? Like, you need to be moving. Then it's going to be pushing my patience. 10, I literally said 10, 15. 10, 15 bar rolled over.
Yes.
That is the key.
Somebody tell everybody they can just buy this lower. You don't have to always buy the highs.
Yeah, I agree. Wise, the trend is dead. Used to be incredible, but that was a long time ago. I don't even watch it anymore. I'm not sure what use I could get out of it. But if somebody has use out of it, please share. I don't know how to effectively use it anymore. Come on, first target NQ. Generational buy at 320s. Yeah, that's what they want you to think. They want you to think you're never going to have a good opportunity. But I mean, I'll tell you what. I look at this scan and I don't get scared. We should at least have two-sided action, minimum. That is a lot of bear readings for me.
And well, this rollover is just taking forever, apparently.
Yeah. Don't think they're going to make it easy. It's going to make you question your sanity and your position, like most trades do. Yeah, Frank, I mostly always trade micros. And the reason being is I normally trade with 3 targets. And, sometimes I could have like a 20 plus position micros, but I like to evenly distribute my targets. And I don't trade big enough size to evenly distribute a minimum of 3 contracts, because sometimes the NASDAQ, I'll use like an 80-point stop. And I'm not going to trade 3 contracts and risk, $4,000 or $5,000 on a single trade. I usually keep my risk anywhere between, to start off the day, I'll start off like 500, and then once I get a little room, I'll bump it up to 1,000. So if I'm risking $500, it's kind of hard to trade multiple targets of minis. In my opinion, it's basically impossible. Everything I do is systematized. I mean, it's not going to, guys. We're if you're shorting here, we're coming off on the fact that a short's even working. I'm happy about. Okay, there's my first target in NQ, but like, even that it's working, it's great, because this has been, I mean, any short that almost nobody's made any money shorting. So I'm just happy to have it go in my direction right now. And I don't expect it to fall off a cliff. There's going to be active buyers here. There's a lot of, anybody that's shorted has been run over. They're probably covering there's going to be plenty of buyers here. And it's not going to be a dive type day. You kind of got to be expecting, what is it going to look like even if we do sell off? It's going to be a move down, a reflective bounce, and then a slow rollover.
Yes, another generational buyer coming in at 320s once again.
Buying for his grandkids.
Never going to see those prices again. Prices not seen since yesterday. Remember we were at 23K like 2 weeks ago. Good times.
No, you are going to get. I'm not going to dump all. Oh, there we go. I'm not going to dump all of my indicators, but I will give out the ATR bar, which is the yellow bar, as well as the top bar, which is a risk bar, which tells me what risk we have on average, because that's in constant change. I am going to give that out. That'll be ready on Monday. I just have to get it over to my homie at Ninja, Mike. That little pop sold into. Tick's still trending lower for now. Hey, Lido, I've worked 7 years for this, so, you know. I'm going to refer to you as Lido. The key for me here is, you know, with that 10:15 bar. Where are we at? 10:40. But, you know, by then I may or may not be out of at least my NQ. My NQ is tighter than my ES.
Are they just going to stop me out again, really? After all that?
Just being patient. $10:30 here, hour into the day. Opening range is set. I'm just going to bring in a couple markets and scan through them just to kind of show you the price action. Take a look at the YM. Here's the YM. Here's the Russell. Really seeing better selling pressure. You know, they're on lows. So of course they have been, you know, and Pharm mentioned that this morning. The Russell would, you know, perform to the downside. And after a swift move higher off the open, you can see these rejection bars and then all increasing average true range down at the bottom. So honestly, if I do try shorts again later today, that'll be something I will look for. Scanning through here. That is 222. Everything kind of looking the same. Oil still creeping up on highs here. ZB, ZN, both downtrending. But yeah, I think the YM later in the day, the YM and the Russell on pops, going to be something I would be a little more interested in than this NASDAQ. I'm going to be running into, I forgot what time I entered the NQ, to be completely honest. I didn't pay attention. I forgot my kitchen timer at home. But yeah, at 10:40, did I say I will be moving my stops down again and just set it and forget it. That'd be a situation where I just walk away and let the market do what it does. AB, which market? I got short the ES before the market had opened. We completed a larger target I had at like 70, 73 and 70, 76 overnight and started to roll over. So I started in a 5-lot position in the MES. And then after we puked in an expanded range to the downside, I added to that position. And then I also added into, I actually didn't want to enter where I entered in the NQ. I actually wanted to enter about 10 points higher, but I fat fingered it. I had 3 targets. One is completed, but just lower lows, lower highs, average strange expansion to the downside. This bar here at 955 was really the confirmation. I was short before that, and then that bar just kind of made me increase my confidence in the trade.
I'm just gonna scratch this and wait.
Not a bad call. It's been going sideways enough here.
I just am getting frustrated by it, and I'm debating on adding, but I don't want to add in the location, seeing as how I think it could easily pop back up to 400. So we're just gonna wait.
I feel you. It's a good call. It's a good game time decision.
Let's see if it pops previous day high, then I stop that anyway. So we'll find out really quick.
One more.
Yep, I'll say that was the right call. So now we get to watch. I was gonna say I can't believe sellers let me down, but when you look at the last 3 sessions, they haven't been able to do anything. So
yeah,
short the 420s. Yes, I likely am gonna get the generational shorting opportunity once again. That is the 420 to 420 rotation.
You just short it for just limited for old time's sake. Just
yep.
Trust it. I trust it for 30 points. More than that, we'll see.
Nick, how is the new DOM superior to comparing the DOM we have in NT8? I've never used the Super DOM, like personally. I just know we added a lot of things that we use, like the pull stack, the recent bid ask, like a delta profile to it. So there's a bunch of cool stuff that we use that I don't think is standard on the Super DOM. So it just adds a whole nother level to it. So the plugin for the free DOM should be out next week if you want to play around with it. I wouldn't say it's superior by any means. It's just different things.
Somebody hit the unpause button on the remote, please.
Right.
With the play.
No, we are just very, very quiet.
Trying to look for maybe some other opportunities here, but I don't really see. I mean, potential CL longs if we can dip a little further. And about, I'm going to move my stop below my entry and ES. Do not need to take a loss on that position after being in it as long as I have. I think that's one important thing. You know, after you've been in a position for so long, even if you want to keep your stop high, you just don't. I've been in that ES position before the open, so I'd be a little upset with myself if I let it, you know, turn into a loser. Even though it's not that much difference in money, it's more of a psychological thing. Yeah, Muckins. Yeah, I would. I would actually start the count on this 10-15 bar. That move lower. We really should not get back above that. That is the last bar of significance for me in the ES. So that is at. It's interesting because how let's see what time this is. It's interesting how that, like, if I mouse over it, this is referred to as the 1040 bar, but we haven't even hit 1040, which is that's just how Ninja software counts it. But I'm used to counting the bar from the opening of the candle, but Ninja calculates it on the close if I look at the vertical line. But anyway, so this is bar 1, 2, 3, 4. This is bar 5. But the reference bar is the expansion move down here. That's the reference bar that I use to kind of determine that price action. Now, sometimes we do nothing from that reference bar, but like that is like we can call it a reference bar or an anchor bar, but like, you know, because that move expanded down from there, like I don't think it should get back up. That's why my stop is placed there. And also, and then if we crack through lows, I would restart the count. But like in here, unless we crack lows or highs, there's really no way to kind of start another count, in my opinion, because we'll just range in here until we either crack the high at 10:15. So if we crack the high at 10:15, I would start the count over. I'm not going to chase a breakout above that 10:15 high. I'll see where we are 25 minutes. If we crack the low, I probably would assume I'd get my target, but I would also count the start over. Start the count over. This my dyslexia, getting my words mixed up. Dow on the lows here. Gold on the lows. Oil basically on highs. There's a new low in gold just puking through lows. Gold puked earlier with the indexes. Good time for breakfast. I agree. What do you eat?
Yeah, we're not doing a whole lot. Granted, I feel like every day this week, outside of maybe Monday, the move, the extension out of the range has happened has needed a little more time.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday, we were moving up heavily by the 10 o'clock time frame. This is really, I'm trying to go back and see really the last time we actually consolidated on an open. I mean, and hadn't taken out highs in the first hour. I just went in the last 5 days. That is not true. You go back since the beginning of this rally. That to me is even a signal that we haven't taken out the highs in the first hour for the first time all week. I mean, it's Thursday. I'm just scrolling back on. All right. And Monday it did it. Last Friday it did it. Last Thursday we took out highs by 11:30. That was like really the only. And then really the pullbacks of Wednesday of last week was really the last time we didn't take out those highs. So wedgie. Yeah, Cooper. Give it a knock for me. Give it a shake.
Are we going to finally push?
Nope, got my daughter invading me. Hi, London. Go find out. On this work, so this big day. Great, do something cool. I'm in the middle of the stream. Bye, London.
I mean, this is what it's all about, man.
Yeah, it's a parabolic SAR. Yeah, that's my dad making a star appearance. I'm currently at my parents' house before we go to Miami. London, can you make the market go down? Which button? She has accidentally placed a couple orders for me, so we'll make sure she doesn't do that right now.
I'm going to try this one more time.
Yeah, apparently I do need to sign it. I thought I told my dad that I was going to be doing this, but I don't think he understands the concept of streaming. Here. You want the car? It's going to break for sure. Let's not play with that.
Whatever.
Go get that food. Go get that to Papa.
Let it go.
Go get it to Papa. Picking out there on the NQ.
We're going to 420s.
Yep, the magnet. Thank you. Apparently, she was the trigger to make the market move. Yeah, she gives me the signals. Gives me the singles. Should we just short 420, Nick?
I mean, I think just for the meme, you kind of have to.
Yeah, I might just do it. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to do it. She is 2, just over 2. I wouldn't necessarily argue that this today's structure looks like the prior days. I mean, we swept the overnight low for the first time all week. So I don't really think, today is like yesterday, to be honest. I mean, the ES, I got stopped out for profit, and the NASDAQ, I hit, one of my 3 targets. It wasn't a bad trade. I hit one of 3 targets, and see here. I'm actually going to put a different order type in.
Yeah, and I mean, I was in the initial read short here and just didn't take any points. Let's see if the R mid wants to hold, but I mean, ES is still below settlement. It was down below the overnight low forever. It's just NQ doing NQ things.
That was a fat finger. We'll see.
I know everyone from the peanut gallery is trying to say, like, why are you looking for shorts? Well, you guys realize, like, ES was below all that MGI for the previous session, the overnight. Like, it was sitting below all that structure. So it still looked like a constructive short, as NQ was also still below the overnight VWAP and sitting at the bottom of previous day high and the opening range. So I would not say that is the trend is your friend and stay long at that point for the session. But, to each their own.
And yeah, I mean, also trend is relative to the time frame you're looking at. We're down off the open. The move from highs has been bigger to the downside than it has been from lows. Now, if I was trying to short yesterday where we instantly blew through and started rallying immediately off the open, I would be in agreement with that. But once again, I think the structure is a little different here today. Higher time frame. Is the trend up? Yes. Does that mean you can't short? No. If we I think this is going to be more of a 2-sided day period. I said that when we went into the day. And so far, between my 2 trades, I've even though I've been short, I've been successful between the 2. So I mean, not much, but it's all right.
I mean, still might shorting 420 still might work. Otherwise, do we go take out the open? I'd be high.
Yeah, I tell you what, I will. If we can build some structure, I'm still interested in CL longs later in the day. I'm interested in a potential reversal in gold. We have a really fat hammer bar on lows at a 20-point range at a 48.10 support level in GC that has defended 48.10s was support yesterday. It's been support overnight. It was support here this morning. We hard wicked below. But if we can trade above gold, yeah.
Oh, look, a 420 short works.
Dude, did you short 420?
No, but
I'm short 420. So I was trying to get my 420 order in, and I accidentally put it ahead of it.
If it was that stupid and simple, I just sometimes just laugh if we actually
it's been that stupid and simple every time. We'll
Apparently.
see. I mean, every time it's traded 420, Nick, we joke about it. We've joked about that number how many times?
It keeps happening though. Like why does value respect start forming there? Why does it become like a support and resistance every 1,000 points? I don't understand it.
The devil's lettuce. Yeah, there's a bunch of dudes that are just ripped short of 420 because I think it's funny every time it trades. Short 420. And they're like, dude, it's actually working. If that's the high, Nick, you might need to have a clip montage of all the 420 talk.
I probably do, but if it does actually reoffer there and take out the low or something, then at some point you just gotta laugh.
I mean, my trade's set up for a 4R if it hits targets, so I'll be like sick. Because I think we're gonna have a range day, and a 4R trade on a range day is really tough. I'm probably gonna be going for like a lot of 1Rs, maybe 2Rs here today.
All of the Rs. It's 420 guys world. We're just living in it.
Looking for CL. If we can get the 50% retracement from this morning's lows, it's a 92.51. So level I'll be looking for. Yeah. I guess we got about 5 minutes to find out before we're off air, but the rest of you guys know we'll be watching the market the rest of the day, as we will too. But I mean, it's actually right where we had resistance level this morning, to be honest.
Yeah.
Expand this chart. I guess I don't need to be looking at the ES right now, but I mean, solid trade location. You put your stop right above this high. That's the open high, and if we get back to the bottom of the range, as I continue to say, I do think this is going to be a balanced day. My opinion doesn't change, and then the smart guys in the chat are going to wonder.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
It's funny. It's funny, isn't it? Now you guys know market secrets. I told you it's good for 30 points. That's 30 right there.
I literally think it always is worth like a 20 to 30 point scalp. Like a second it touches it, it just immediately bounces off it or rejects like the knee jerk reaction. Like everyone just apparently covers at 420 for whatever reason. So you get that kind of reaction.
That might be my new strat. Just buy it first touch or sell it. Can add that to the playbook. It's the first time I've tried it, but the ES is also at the 50% retracement from the open, so that's a sell point for me. 70-60 quarter, I mentioned that earlier. We're still right at it, unable to get back above NQ relative strength. If we can stall here for 25 minutes, though. All right, before we jump off stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you could push the like count up over 400, we're at 390, and it's not going to take a lot to do that. So I'm not asking much. Maybe you can push it to 430 before we get off. We got 3 minutes. Actually, you know what? Let's push it to 420, ladies and gentlemen. If we could push the like count to 420 here, I need 30 of you to volunteer to go down, grab your mouse, and click that like up button for the Nick strat. There we go. Oh, we blasted right through 420. Unfortunately, I didn't bring mine. And I also got the attire after I left my house. So I'm like, okay, I better put something together. Wow, that resistance broke out real quick. We just went up 120 likes on that. You guys are big fans. Appreciate that. I was hoping you guys participate too much. Hey guys.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, are we fresh?
Oh, thanks, bud.
Are we short? Are we long?
I've been trying to get short, and it just keeps punishing me.
I'm scaling this short, but I'm like,
oh God, we're all trying to do it.
You short too, Stowe?
No wonder.
Hey, you said you'd never short again.
We're actually the only thing I've taken today were short trades. It worked perfectly.
Good stuff.
I baited the market. I baited the MMs. The white van thought they were gonna catch me, but I inversed the inverse of my inverse self. So
So what direction is that?
I think it's down. It's down.
That's the hard part.
That's the hard part.
You lose track after a while.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah, I'm running behind my normal thing because I am really, really, really locked into this spot. I hate this ES low. And so I might be doing that thing where I'm trying to will something to happen that isn't going to happen. I don't know. Is this seller gone? XY? Is it over?
I don't know anymore.
I mean, the selling is here. It's just that the buying is
it's
also very much here. Like right now, they're really trying to buy through this range. I'm hoping that obviously they don't get what they want and we'll start the move back down. But this could honestly just rip from here too.
Yeah, I do think either way, whatever happens from here, it's going to be a balanced day. I think we're already seeing a little bit of evidence.
Yeah,
about
I think
that.
I want to play for short still. I'll have to see.
Oh, good grief. See, there's more room on ES before this would. I think I would want to short like. So we're still below ES's previous day high, but I mean NQ looks so much more like it did a trend reversal down there than ES does.
Right.
Yeah.
ES is looking sad and a little mopey still. But, so that's encouraging. I like that 420 guy is around. Thank you, Mr. 420 guy, for being here.
You showed up in force.
But we will let you boys finish it out this morning.
All right.
Stowe, I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah. You're getting in tomorrow morning?
Yeah, like midday tomorrow. I land.
Okay. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Ciao, chat.
I'll be
See
there.
you guys. Have fun.
Later,
in Miami.
guys.
Later, John. Later, Stowe.
This is gonna rip my face off, XY. It's doing that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know though.
I'm trying to see. I don't know if I am that convinced that we'll continue that march through into even newer highs. But ES, I mean, although the low is not the greatest, it's continuing to hold higher. Pretty clean too on price action. So
I wanted to get back to 43, which so that's also what I might be running into a little bit here is I started to have my own ideas about what targets needed to be hit down there. And every time that happens, the market likes to mess with me a touch. And I mean, we're still below the open. I'm just early on this. I gotta be. It's buying. They're buying the piss out of it. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped. F minus. All right. Well, I'll finish doing all the stuff I needed to do before the stream. Like hide my taskbar. I don't even have my music going. All right. Oh my God, I don't even have the chat up. I can't even talk to these turkeys. Freaking turkeys.
Did Chad dox me? No, he did not.
I had a good day. I had a really good morning. Short.
You shorted the morning?
Yeah.
I just got to the desk right before our stream, so
it was really aggressive. Like it was really nice. But I think that we got down there. I don't know. They couldn't get through it. I guess that ES low isn't as bad as I wanted to make it out to be. I guess it has kind of a taper and a retest.
I'm see them break IB and see what happens from there.
Yeah.
If it is a balance, they won't get much continuation and I could try to take it through.
The other thing, London was like 100% short for sure on both ES and NQ. So I think that was all that continuation selling. So we might need to wait until that thing closes. Let's see. I'm going to click the bearish button. Okay, 42%. Again, there are 941 of you that clicked one button and you didn't click the other button. What the hell's wrong with you? Go hit the like button.
Yeah, I was at that game yesterday, Cooper. Clippers Warriors. It was pretty crazy.
Was it cool?
It was fun.
That's cool.
Definitely entertaining. Steph Curry's always entertaining. I am not a Clipper fan, so it didn't hurt me none. I actually have not forgiven and will never forgive Kawhi Leonard for what he did to the Spurs organization. So it was not a tough Clips loss, Cooper. Certainly not. Still bid. They're like,
yeah.
Both hands.
All right. Well, for those reasons.
Did you just try to short it?
Nah. Well, I did for a second, and then I got out before I got stopped. need to pay attention to this. I need to pay attention to ES a little more too. Yo, Alex. Carlton. Carlin99 says, Stowe, can you explain how your vibe trading strategy works?
That's a hard one.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to say out loud. I guess if I had to try to put words on it, I would say that I have been looking at this stuff for a bunch of years, every day, sometimes 12 hours a day. In the early years, I don't do that anymore, thank God. But yeah, I mean, I just get the vibe. You see, once you watch order flow long enough, you don't really need anything else other than to see what buyers and sellers are up to. And the goal is just to try to follow the momentum of what's happening and to be mindful of when it changes. So, right, I mean, today's a great example. This was, I mean, I was so short. I think I was, I put a total of 20 lots on here, just MES, but this is 2 lots on my pretty small cash account. And like, this was just big momentum. Once we lost this, and then seller stepped back in really hard right here at 69. And so I just pressed hard as I could, and we got this pretty big flush. And then I added back to full size here, flush down again. And then I got out of most of it. I still had 5, I think I had 4 or 5 lots left that I got stepped out of here at 62. But I mean, this is a vibe. So this push down was evident here to me based on order flow stuff, and then pulled back about, I don't know, 3/4 of the way, flushed down, retested it again. And now what I'm doing is like, so now the whole context of the day may have changed. It sure seems like it has. So tried some more shorts on MNQ, but haven't gotten back in over here on ES yet because the bid is just partying. So I guess the best way to answer your question is, what is the market up to? And then when the market changes its mind about what it's up to, you try to also change your vibe and stop trying to do the thing that it used to be up to so that you can do the next thing that it's up to. But I don't know. That's right. I'm done for the year. Thanks, Yacht. I don't think I'm done for the year. I might be done. Well, no, I got to stream tomorrow. So
Done for the year? What? What are you done for the year?
I don't know. He just said, great job. You're done,
April,
done
you're
trading.
Done for the year?
I did. I went to get a haircut yesterday, and the funniest thing about where I go to get a haircut is there is a Supercuts and a Great Clips almost directly next to each other, and that always makes me laugh really, really hard. That one is super and one is great. And I thought if I was an entrepreneur, I would probably come up with a OK Cuts or something and try to also rent a spot in
Decent Cuts.
Decent Cuts.
Oh, what serviceable cuts.
Meh cuts.
I like Jose. I prefer Akinashi just because it's cleaner. Cleans up my chart. Just want to see where price is going ultimately. Gold just went by, but what's gold doing? Oh.
This is gnarly. Woo! I definitely don't want to short it now. So this is a good, I mean, at least on NQ, it's kind of doing trend day up volume profile stuff right now.
Someone said, I know for a fact you shorted 380s earlier. Actually, I did not because I was not even, my charts were not even on yet. So if it were though, yes. Yes, absolutely. So missed out on that. About protecting profits today? Eh. I mean, I've made enough in the last 2 days for a whole month. So no, we'll see what's up.
I mean, how safe do you really need to keep profits? I mean, do you need to protect them? They're probably fine. Just let them hang. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
These are
I would
jokes.
prefer to be short. I would prefer short, but I mean, with what we're seeing
I'll lean off this
now,
480
I
guy.
would prefer to have just been long. Obviously. What's the difference between Higanashi and candlesticks? You're looking at it, though it looks different.
You're
Yeah,
looking at it.
you're looking at it. Yeah. They are candlesticks technically, just a little different, but yeah, I think they do better for just seeing momentum. Momentum on a leg, which is ultimately, yeah. I use a 1 minute, so even if I had candlesticks, it would be meaningless to me. I don't trust like bar by bar candlesticks on 1 minute, anything below a 5 minute time frame. So it'd be pointless for me to see it if I'm not going to trust it anyway. So just
Let's
give me
see if
something that
that
smooths out the action.
see if that 480 seller gets rewarded or not. We came up to the 30-second London opening range on both here, which would be where I mean, they were both really short today. So I would consider that to be. We just filled this 65 guy. What are you trying to do? Okay. Good.
I'm going to try some shorts. Think we can get a move back towards the 9, which will give me some cushion
Where's that 9?
for the risk. It's at a 420 right now.
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, so if it works its way down, gives me a bit of cushion to just like deal with the market returning back after if they hold a bid. Could just get out, break even or something. Or if they don't make this move now, they just continue first, I will just get out of this thing.
Yeah. Really trying to pay attention to two DOMs at the same time. And that is often a pain. Yeah, boy.
Forty seconds for 5 minute bar close. ES and NQ are doing opposite things today.
I know.
Almost like ES is about to close a really strong bar. NQ the opposite.
NQ had that really big seller all day though. I mean, somebody really sold it off of
When?
like
Like earlier in the
380s.
morning?
Yeah.
Oh, in the open?
Yeah. Yeah, it was almost like it was straight. It was a straight run. From like 420 to 360. Ah, Lord.
Guess I'll wait.
I mean, this is damn you.
What is my input for EMA? Just a 20. 9 and a 20 on a 5 minute only. Only 5 minute EMAs. So we got both overnight high and low today.
Yeah, yeah, that sucks. That's not my day type
It's a
when
little
that
narrow,
happens.
so it's more likely.
I would like to quantify that someday. Rip and dip 500 and I'll short it. You need 500 points down before you're getting in? That's a lot.
I think he means a sweep of the 500s.
Oh, okay.
and then fall back into below 500. I think that's what he's saying. Anything else, I do not understand. Rip and dip sounds like chip and dips. Chips and dip. All right, so there's pretty big absorption here
Yeah.
on this buying. I'm trying to get positioned in a short because I do think we're going to rotate back towards the downside to see if they want to hold the bid, which they really could. So my plan is get a seat for the way down and see what they do around the open. And if they look like they're holding it, I might just flip the thing. If it looks really
threw
weak,
this 80
I
guy.
will
Hmm. ES is really strong now.
yeah, I'm watching ES's order flow too right now.
Yep.
Depressing sell side, but I mean, they've been doing this all day. They got to get something for it.
Earlier today, it was not a beach ball in the ocean. Like, it was not popping like this earlier. And today, I think that we flipped into a bit of a beach ball in the ocean situation.
What does that even mean?
Oh, like you ever try to keep a beach ball underwater?
Oh,
It might be a Daltonism. I don't know.
actually, I would say, yeah, by the time I got to Des, I mean, the reversal had just started. We got the higher low. It definitely is kind of like, yeah, the beach ball. You just keep trying to push it, but it's like, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And this could be the same. I mean, the selling's coming in right now. It's NQ's footprint is showing me 750 positive delta. So there's a huge absorption.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to take my position here with the absorption.
But they're also absorbing this like 79 spot on ES too on the bid side. We got to crack that guy. And by we, I mean every bear on the planet at once. Hold hands.
Only the power of friendship can get us through this.
It's true. I'll be you can be wind or water. I'll be heart. And together,
I gotta agree with what Jack said. I do think it's gonna be more of a two-way market today. Balance, range. This is just me. This is not me taking the trade, expecting a full move through. This is me expecting a move back towards the open 440s.
Yeah.
And I think this is where they'll do it. The absorption is here. So if I can get in safely here, get to the 40s, I mean, I would be pretty, 40 points MFV-ish. And
there you go.
It's not that I'm trying to take profits at 40. It's more of I'll have a 40-point buffer between where price is and my entry to make decisions from there. I mean, I don't know if they get there at this point. We got a really good 5-minute candle close, but
there's a lot of buying to retest on the way down. Like a ton of it. So I keep
that's why I'm just trying to get seated as safely as possible. And
I got 5 on at 482, and I feel like I've taken a couple off each time. No, short.
Short. Good luck.
Thank you.
Because I'll need it too.
Where are you at? We rocking the same?
I'm 483 average NQ.
Okay.
So really good for the idea. But if the market does not want to go lower, I mean, no position's good. No price is good for short.
Yep. how do we determine the market condition for the day's session? The thing I like to say is that the market starts out as a pitch black room and it slowly turns the lights on until you can finally see everything in the room at 4 o'clock. There's lots of things you can infer based on staring at this stuff for long enough. Like what you think the day type might end up on a volume profile sort of scale. I mean, it's doing weird stuff right now, but there is a big node, a big balance down there from 420 to 350. The point of control is down there. It looks like it wants to be a balance day. However, it's a piss missile at the moment. So it's tough to trade the edges for this reason. Maybe it does need to go hit the
I'm giving
round
the
number.
sell side one more chance to push this. If it stalls, I'm scratching out. I'm scratching out. How come price doesn't immediately drop after so many bars at the high? I mean, it felt like a quick 20 right there. I just didn't take any profits. But yeah, I mean, you're only trapped if you're trapped, if that makes sense. If just because there's absorption and it moves against you a little bit doesn't mean like it's all over, because ultimately the market has way more trap selling right now than buying. We're building pretty firmly above the IB right now. To me, move to like what 533 it's quite likely. So what I wanted to happen just didn't quite happen. I wanted that move to go down towards the 9, which is the 440s, and then I can figure out, all right, do I flatten the short and actually get long now? Or is this thing just going to fall through and I've got a great short? But the market didn't even get there. It stopped like 30 points higher, so not working with me. Not working with me now.
Same. No new high on ES.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to actually try to look for long here.
All right.
Carlos says, I'm still short. I think that's short. I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. The market might not agree with that right now. Still TBD.
TB Dizzle, as they say.
Who says? Who says TB Dizzle? Nobody said. Don't lie.
I was trying to get.
They all say it. They all say it.
Yeah, the kids, the youths. I was trying to find appropriate hip hop music for my kid to listen to today on the ride in, because she likes this astronaut in the ocean song. I don't know who the hell sings it, but from there, it turns into pretty graphic things. And so I was like, okay, I need to find some non-explicit hip hop for my kid to listen to.
Non-explicit content. The best you could do is Kids Bop.
Well, I went back, so I did not. I just went. I just did 90s hip hop playlists and went through all the ones that weren't the E, so it was really good. We listened to some OPP. We listened to some Gangster's Paradise today. It was pretty nice. Pretty nice. Real nice ride to the bus stop.
What you know about rolling down in the deep when you...
Oh, are you talking about this song?
Yes, that thing haunts me. She loves it. I have no idea why.
Well, who in chat is old enough to know what Kids Bop is?
Oh,
they don't. Do they still do that?
Yeah, dude. They made like 9,000 of those. They absolutely still do
They're
those.
still doing Kids Bop?
Yes.
Oh.
I hate this trade.
There is so much absorption up here. I want them to leave this as is. Go down so I can buy it.
Come back.
Yeah. But they won't. I think they're going to just buy through this. And Q's tape is so bullish.
Yeah.
Just
ES
looking
is
at
at least
all the
trying to
deltas.
do something right now.
Since the beginning of, so the first higher low, since that, I only have one 5-minute footprint with negative delta in it, and it's 98 negative. We're seeing plus 300, 700, 300, 400, 900, 99, 800, 500, 500 positive side.
Let's see when that turn is. What we got? 4 minutes.
Is the London close back to the same time?
Yeah. Yeah, it's back to 11:30
Well, London
Eastern.
sellers are
So,
not in profit right now.
nope, they are
So
not.
much.
There's that 500. Okay. No new high on ES yet either. No new high on ES. Building a ton of volume up here.
Are you saying I should sell it?
I don't know. I am short, but I don't know if it's going to work.
That's the trick. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, they keep giving me like tiny glimpses of hope, but then it gets beach balled quickly. A little sweep there. Again, like I don't know, it's just all in Q. Maybe I'm just doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, ES tape is a little different than NQ's today.
Yeah.
Why do I think NQ could hit 533? This little green line here is at 533.
Was that an extension?
It's the V range.
Ah. Yeah, V range to V range could be fun.
And the 50% IB is right above it. Yeah, in a perfect scenario, that move would have went down to the 40s. Get long, target 50% IB, 540s, 533s, and the 540s. But they did not do it.
NQ bouncing off its overnight high right now. ES getting back into. I mean, NQ is not even in its +2. That's the other thing I'm kind of doing, which isn't. I mean, it's probably not great.
What does that mean?
So
does that mean there's room to the upside still?
Yeah. So I don't like to participate in a market when it
Hey,
is.
hey.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. What's
Hello.
going on? All my stuff froze.
Don't worry, you're in profit.
Is everything cool?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're
What's
good.
up?
Don't worry.
What's going
Someone
on?
in chat just said short here, XY. Dude, I think this is my new quant.
Is everything cool?
You're in profit. If you can't get out, hey, look, that's another problem.
Oh, wow. Whoa, okay. Everything came back. Holy Moses. Oh, my God. I got the wrong. Sorry, guys. I got the wrong chart up here. I've been trading NQ this whole time by myself. You guys are looking at an empty ES screen. My bad. All right, we got back to IB, so that's cool. All right. So good short, huh?
Not bad. Not bad.
This is
I'm taking some dicey longs here. I'm looking for that IB play that I was complaining about not getting, and I can't complain. And if they give it to me, I don't take it. So
yeah, all my stuff
nobody
is
likes a complainer.
very wild right now.
Yeah,
DOMs are freezing. Data's going weird.
Tape is a little crazy.
Tape is crazy.
I'm like, even this, I'm chasing these fills. I can't believe it. Like they're gonna dump it like this and still make me chase fills on the long side.
Let me make sure my stop's in here. All right, cool. We're good. Am I still on screen? So it's just my
I
charts
hear you.
doing weird. Okay.
I hear
All
you.
right,
Yeah,
cool.
maybe you got to restart your platform. Are you still in the trade?
Yeah. I think so.
Well, hey, look, you're my friend. I love
Yes.
you dearly,
I love you
but
too.
I hope you get blown to hell on your stop.
What
Hey,
did you buy the
respectfully
IB?
though.
Because
Respectfully.
I know you're a big IB guy.
Respectfully.
Stowe,
So,
what
are
are
you
on?
planning to TP at any point, or are you looking for zero?
Yeah, I've got
No wrong answers.
I'll just go back to VWAPs and stuff.
I can't even see how many lots are you in.
Just I was in 8, and then I got out. I marketed out of 2 when my stuff froze, and then I think it hit price targets at 67 and 53.
Oh,
that
so
I
you're
had
looking
set
good. You're
above
looking
IB.
good.
So I have 3 lots left from 498. Stop at 507. Yeah. So it's fine. I would like to go back down here. I think that I'm going to put one there.
The market
VWAP.
might agree. Market might agree.
I think that that was an interesting thing
Drop.
that happened.
Yes.
So
I'm trying to see if there is a bid that is going to push back.
set these stones.
There is. I just don't know if it's going to do it.
Okay, and Q's back. White van tried to get me for sure. That's definitely what happened. Okay. Let me swap these around.
NQ is just stronger still than ES.
Yeah, but
ES is still like trying to figure out if it's going to leave the upper node behind, except this one, but NQ is still not left the other one behind.
Yeah. ES's order book got a lot thinner after whatever happened. Happened.
Could just be a little slight liquidation break. I mean, absorption was kind of crazy up there. So it could just be like, all right, you get out, and the new bid's like, I actually do like this spot. We've been waiting. People like me.
That's
just complaining the whole time. Everyone's just complaining. Like, I want this price. I want this price. They're like, all right, fine. Damn. So what was I going to do? Not buy it after complaining for so long? Also, I like the way it dropped. So I like that, like, really violent out of nowhere. It leaves a bunch of like, I want to say imbalances. I've considered them imbalances. There's a hole that is likely to be traded back into in the footprint. It gives me room to do that. But if it were gradually going down and I see volume actually transacting on the way, that means it's chewing through bid, which means that's different. I don't want to get in front of that. I'm still holding on to these 6 here.
Knox says rotation back to the bottom of the range. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. The thing about trying to predict what the day is going to do is sometimes the day starts to do one thing and then it starts to do another thing. So, I mean, we could have a double distribution day on ES and on NQ that looked like it was going to be a balance day. There's literally no way to know until the day's over. So you just have to kind of stay in tune. Well, I mean, you can
have a crystal ball?
you have the. Well, I wasn't going to talk about that because that's just something we have between ourselves. Well, lots of people pretend to have one after the fact. It's much easier to have one than before the fact. Is the point I'm trying to make.
It is pretty greedy if I don't take any profits up here. Huh? Whatever.
You have turned from I trade my PNL, I am not going to let a red trade go green to whatever. We
Well, this is
ride
still
with
me trading my
size.
PNL. It still is. I feel less squeamish because on the week it's extremely padded right now. So I'm like, so what? Like,
Yep,
I'm
that's
not
right.
scared. But if it weren't, I'd be like, oh my goodness, I got to
Drinks,
scale out.
floor, drinks.
Yes, we'll have only top shelf. Yes, yes. As we're playing table minimums. You don't know. I might bump my bet up. You don't know.
Yikes, man.
All right, so this is either really good or really bad for me. We'll find out. Because ES still not at the high. Okay.
That's cool.
All right, that's one out.
Yeah, you're doing great. I ain't messing with this thing anymore.
It's not gonna tap the V range and just go back though, right? That they can't do that, right?
They certainly could.
Hey, come on. I need confirmation bias only, dude. I'll negotiate. All right, V range.
New high on ES.
And
finally.
then as soon as I negotiate, it's like, sucker. All right, guys. What do you even do from here? All-time high trading is...
It's wild.
I hate it.
It's a party.
The only reason I don't hate it right now is because it's really running. Usually the all-time high is super sluggish, right? As it moves up. But these days, they're just really trapping shorts and they're just pushing price. Don't really get that too often.
34.30. My chart's a little behind right now.
What price are you seeing?
There you go. Give me that. Give me that fill. Can I get that fill? I'm looking at 517 now.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. All right. I scalped that short. Sorry, I didn't say it out loud because I was trying to.
No, it's not real then.
Get in it. Well, my position tracker is functioning properly, so if anybody was wondering,
if you didn't call it out, it's not real.
I said this yesterday, I often don't have time to even think about the trade I'm about to be in before it happens. I like this. We also hit my squiggly thing. This is good when both of these things happen at the same time. So what I was looking at on the candles, we had some Delta Map do some fun stuff. Shout out to my homeboy Delta Map. Love you forever. And then this is my squiggly line, and this is OFL's squiggly line. I like when they're both up here, and Delta Map does some of this stuff. So I'm short. Because I'm a perma bear these days, if anybody was wondering.
Hey, you lied yesterday. You said you're not shorting ever again. Look at you.
Sometimes you gotta lie to the white van to get it to do the stuff that you need it to do.
Dude, the 44, the 41s, 42s, like perfectly. The friggin' 50% extension, man.
Did we hit it?
Literally hit it and just...
All right, good.
Market said, all right, time to go right back. I was like, should I just take most off and just look for ads on the way back? Or should I get really greedy in case this is some weird short squeezy?
Yeah.
This and that. Because that was a really crazy... We'll say.
It felt wiggly. We're testing those highs from before now.
I'm in bullhorns mode now, so comes back, decent hold. I'll probably slap on like 40 more lots.
That's a lot. They call him Mr. Margin, folks. They call him Mr.
Light.
Margin.
Don't want to get too crazy. Just some light.
I'm gonna take that. I'm counter trend at the moment, big time.
Short again.
So
did you like top take the short?
No. I'm in at 527 3/4.
Oh, you're NQ now?
Yes. I was on NQ the whole time. I just am an idiot and I just had the wrong screen pointed at the chat. Yeah, I'm sure Trump tweeted something like, isn't this
good
great?
Time to buy?
Isn't this awesome? We love it up here. Everybody's 401ks are happy. The stock
good
market
time to
is
buy
the
tweet
economy.
is what I need.
Never mind the fact that like 10 strawberries is like $8 right now. Good Lord.
Is it?
Yeah, man.
I don't do the grocery shopping my wife does, so I don't know what anything costs.
You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about instead of giving my
Longing strawberry?
healthy food, I'm thinking about switching her over to like only processed unhealthy foods. Save some money. That's my.
Your
I think
cat?
that's
Are you
gonna
talking
be
your cat?
No.
Or your daughter?
Yeah.
Look,
I mean,
times are tough.
times are tough.
We gotta the margins tight.
If you listen, if she grows up eating government cheese, she's at least gonna, have a chip on her shoulder. Maybe can get through this life a little easier.
Add some toughness. Builds character.
Yeah.
Is that a Lucid shirt?
Yeah, dude.
They exist?
Yeah, man.
Oh, come on.
Does
I'm having words. I'm having words
you
with
should.
them.
All you gotta do is talk to your boy.
I'm friggin' having words with them.
Well, I talk to AJ all the time after a trend day, especially because I'm like, hey, AJ, just to let you know, I took all the trades you would have taken today.
Oh, no. They're doing the thing.
They're just doing it. I don't know. It seems fake every time they do it.
Give it a bit of time before I tack some more on in case it's the real deal.
I do that too, Jim. My side of the road folks don't quite exist yet up here though, because it just started to be warm like yesterday. So thanks for bragging that you live in a more temperate climate than me. It literally just stopped snowing like a week ago.
No, come on, one more. Just one more. All right, I got 2 more on. I was trying to look for 3. But this is cool too. Okay.
I think this is a head and shoulders on the 500 volume. So for those reasons, I'm holding for 0. Do people
Head and
still use
shoulders
those?
would be bearish, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm short.
Oh.
Where you
I
been?
thought you were saying for those reasons I'm out. No, I added more longs.
Okay. Well, you're cooked, sir.
Hey, be nice. It's only cool when I say it. It's only okay if I'm saying that you should get stopped out. But if you say it, that's mean.
Shap,
Yeah,
no,
chat, hit the likes. Huh? You haven't seen two streamers fade each other this egregiously
That's
before.
true. Friendly fire.
Sometimes it's momentary, or someone's been in a position, but we are actively taking positions against each other.
Yeah, literally. And what the hell am I doing short up here at the top of the range? Also,
hit the likes.
That's very weird.
Hit the likes. Mark is just waiting for Stowe to stop. Just getting into his shorts here, and they'll keep it moving. Do I press ads like 30 points higher?
I don't know. It's worked for the past 3 days.
30 points, 130 points. It's all the same.
Yeah.
ES is, come on. ES is a little weak. It gives me pause. ES gives me a bit of pause here. If it looked like NQ, I'd definitely do it. There's some selling.
Everybody's on my side. I think you guys.
Chat is short.
You just like the sellers, yeah. Which is not. It's not great for me.
I was gonna say.
No offense.
Maybe I'll just add here. Yeah, I don't know. This is ES looks like it's planting itself into the volume again.
Okay. Hold on. We got a couple longs. All right. Announce yourselves. Everybody disclose your positions. This is a regulatory meeting. Everybody say long or short right now.
Future touchdown dancers, alert. Reveal yourselves right now, future touchdown dancers.
Jim is short. Whoa, I got Cags on my side.
Look, if anyone's short NQ right now, you are a brave man.
It's just me, and
Look
he
at
doesn't
chat.
mean
Everyone's
brave.
throwing out their positions.
Long. All right. Short.
Well, if you guys are willing to type in the chat, please hit the like at least. It's easier. Easier to do that. Oh no. All right, I got filled on another ad. I'm in for 7. 7's all right, Stowe. Let's just keep it here.
All right.
I'll just all the way up. All the way up.
I would rather you win. You have a lot more size on than I do. I'm down to just one.
It's ES is looking like it wants to kill me.
It is making a mess. That's for sure.
Little scary. Lower, high, possibly.
Yeah.
All right, 8 lots. We'll
1147.
we'll sit here.
Damn, I kind of want to long that too.
This is long. What are you longing?
I just like this the way that it's talking to the overnight high right now. And
Aren't you short?
ES is back down to the IB.
You're saying you might want to flip the short into a long? Figuring out your feelings like the market, huh?
Yeah, it's hard.
Your feelings are consolidating right now.
They are.
They're
definitely
chopping.
consolidating. We are building. My feelings are
Honestly,
building
look,
volume higher.
NQ looks all right, but ES is behaving a little differently here. So
that low is a crime. No retest the previous all-time high. Come on, man.
It is, but I've given them enough chances. They've let me down too many times. I can't trust sell tape anymore. I'm hurt, dog.
I know.
I'm hurt.
Yoda, sometimes whoever asked me about vibes, by the way, sometimes you get both vibes at once. I'm bi-vibe curious.
What is
some days.
Sunset Brothers? I'm trapped in a glass case of emotions. Is that what he says?
Exactly. I'm trapped in a glass case of emotion. Yeah.
Mind bottling. Like your thoughts are trapped in a bottle. All right, Stowe. I think you might have this one in the bag here.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
They're pushing ES pretty hard. Delta's building, prices moving. I gave him a good shot. I mean, that was a huge move.
Yeah.
And I trusted them enough to only take off a third of my position up there.
See we get to the
and
end
this is how they repay me?
See we get to the end of this node at 460. What happens if they just
choke
down there?
I might give it more room and add some more, actually. I think if this does turn into just straight reversal, I probably won't want to trade it.
Sometimes the process of building a balance day is a total pain in the ass, by the way, also. So
yes,
you might get to the 4 o'clock and it's like, oh my gosh, what a wonderful, beautiful balance day this must have been. But if you traded the whole day, you basically went through all the pain and suffering humanly possible just to get to the end. It's a balance day. So
yeah.
I
don't think I want to play a balance anymore. I'd rather just play an up market. And if it's going to fail that up move, I'm calling it. So right now I'm going to look to commit to longs, look to add.
Sure. Timothy. Yeah, my strategy at the moment was I'm just selling the extension that is V range and my squiggly line thing, and I just scalped it on the day. I don't really have any read anymore. I have been short the whole day, and I was right big time, and then I was wrong a little bit, and now I'm right again. So that's all I got. But if I was to give the day a read, it's a bullish read. I just have a really good entry if this thing's going to retrace back to the point of control. So I've got one MNQ left for possibly a good seat, but I like XY's idea here and agree with it. So
My whole thing is the same thing as yours. I think that I'm positioned well for longs. I think the market is positioned well for continuation.
Yeah.
And if that's going to be the case, we'll make a ton of money again. And if it's not, we'll pay the fee. And I don't think I want to touch it after that because, like you said, playing the balance in theory, D shape, obvious, sell top, whatever. But
Yeah.
it's such a pain in the ass to work with
Yeah.
that if the market's going to give me that scenario, hey, look, early vacation, I'm going to Hawaii. I've done enough work past 3 days and made enough. I'm not trying to sit through that. So I actually moved the stop a little lower, about like 20 points, close to 20 points. So I might add. That blip down was super quick. I didn't have time to add on that. But
Can you do me a
still-
favor in Hawaii? I
What's
would
up?
like, if you could find me one of those obnoxious shell necklaces that like all the dude bros wore in high school. Puka shells. I would like one of those.
I
if
never
you can
knew what
find
those
one
were
for me.
called.
Yeah, I think they're called puka shell necklaces. I might be wrong, but chat,
Well,
you
so
can help me out with that.
that basic standard Hawaii. Send me a photo. Send me because there's a lot of different kinds. I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to get you when you're like, this ain't it. Why would you buy this for me? Is this what you think of me?
No, I just want to be, yeah. And then if you could get me that and maybe a hacky sack. I've always wanted to be cool like that, like those dudes.
Hacky sack.
Yeah,
I was
those
so
guys had a
terrible
hacky
at that.
sack. So was
Sometimes,
I.
like in high school, you go like, you talk to the skater dudes, like, what's going on, guys? You hang out with them for a little bit, and they're playing hacky sack. You jump in the circle, you just fuck it all up. You're like, you know what? I will see myself out.
Yes.
You guys have a great day.
Jim,
Hello,
what's
gentlemen.
up? What's up, brother? How are you?
Pretty good, man. Waiting for you, Stowe.
Yeah,
Jim's
it's
in
gonna
the
be awesome. Oh, you
hotel.
down there? You are
Yo.
down there.
That's looking like some decent square footage.
Heck yeah.
No.
How's the hotel? Is it real nice?
Extreme. I would say yes. Here's the thing: the lobby's spectacular.
Okay.
The hotel's great. It's a great hotel. Lobby's spectacular. The neighborhood, I was surprised at how clean and modern downtown Miami is.
Cool. I've never
People-
been. I've no
People
idea.
walking around. I was shocked. I expected kind of an old, some graffiti, some barbed wire, stuff like that. But no, it was awesome.
Dang.
I know. Well, I went to Sao Paulo once. And I got a lot of barbed wire in there.
Jim thought they'd put him up in a war zone.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No, it's you're gonna like it, though. It's really, really nice. The weather's perfect, of course.
Cool. Well, I bought my dress Converse yesterday, so we're good to go. I'm gonna pass the dress code.
Dude, I never thought in my life I would ever hear the words dress Converse.
Yeah, I got nice ones. They're white, so like I'm even outside of my color comfort zone right now. XY.
You are experimenting. Okay.
Yeah, I bought a very loud shirt also, so
Okay.
it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Can't wait. You're coming tomorrow, right?
I'm coming today. I'll be there
Today?
like 10.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'll be there like 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, you know where me and Shai will be.
I do.
We'll be at the bar.
At the very nice lobby.
No, it looks cool. I mean, it's open. It's there's couches, there's bar. It's real. It just seems it's festive.
Sweet.
So we'll be in good shape. But in any event, great job today, you guys. Appreciate you as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Thank you, brother.
Very awesome. This afternoon, we're going to be back 2 o'clock. Craig Shapiro's taking over for our afternoon update.
Cool.
And we are going to do another edge report this afternoon. And then we have Jack, Joey, and Leo trading the close. So not one trader, not two, but three for the price of one, everybody. So appreciate you being here. And hopefully we'll see you there. In the meantime, I'm going to wish XYZ a happy trip a safe trip and a fun trip to Hawaii. Have fun. XY?
Thank
He's
you.
taking orders for necklaces. If you want, you can get in with mine.
Still wants one of those clamshell. I'm going to try
shell.
to find like Super Mario shell necklaces. Since he likes Mario so much.
I do. I like it.
I mean, who doesn't? My first ever video game was Mario Kart 64.
Oh, beautiful.
Loved it.
Great.
And then Super Mario right after. And then Star Fox.
So safe travels to you too.
Sounds good.
All right, you
You
guys.
guys
I'm
wish
gonna
me
do
luck
an
on these
report. We're
longs.
gonna
I'll
wrap
see
for
you at
lunch.
your stops, though.
All right. Peace.
All right.
See you guys.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, those guys are pretty awesome, by the way. Even the S&P, let's talk about it. So, we hit that R1, right? And that was an entry possibly. And where's the risk at? We have call resistance up here at 7,100. That's about 15 handles higher than that. It could act like a magnet sometimes, and a lot of people are calling for 7,100 just because they're calling for it. We'll see if we get there. It looks like we want to get there right now. After we wick through that R1, though, we had a nice kind of little bit of a sell-off here, and then the bottom of the value area kind of was like where a good place to trail a stop if you did get short. That's right at 79. So I went to the range is really small today. It's a 32% average range based on a 34-day average. So you can see our daily range is about a little less than 40 handles or 40 points, 39.25. And that gets us to about 32%, right? So it could be an inside day. It could be a small range day. I'm not saying it's not, but there's also potential for movement both to the upside and the downside. So what I did was I went to our friends at Edgeful and I asked them, hey guys, what are this initial balance break probabilities for a Thursday? And the initial balance here, those are those white parallel lines on my chart. The top of the IB is at 70.74, give or take a tick. And we broke through. We have a single break to the upside, as they would say. The bottom of the value area, I'm sorry, the bottom of the initial balance is all the way down here at 70.46. So it's a good 30 points separation there. It's pretty decent size. We don't have a break there, right? The initial balance is over. It's that first hour. We don't have a break on the downside. And I was like, all right, what based on a 6-month look back, how many times did we have a single break versus a double break? And it's 50-50, right? With 50% chance we're only going to have a single break, and then a 50% chance we're going to have a double break. So that tells me, because it's a coin flip right now. So looking at the chart right now, I'm kind of mixed between probably not happening. Look at we're trading at highs. We're trading at the daily highs almost today, back up to R1, maybe tracking up to 7,100. But alternatively, it's a small range day so far. So still could be a lot of stuff happening. It's still very much a news-driven marketplace. So keep that in mind. Be careful. But right now, it looks like the longs won out, and my short didn't happen. So we got out of that. In any event, let's keep moving on here. I just want to talk about bonds really quickly here. I'm going to go to June bonds. And I'm going to pull up a daily chart. So we've been positively correlated, more or less, between equities and treasuries for the last, couple of weeks. And now it's a little bit of a different story. The bonds are down 27.275. Equities are up about 0.32% if you're tracking the E-mini S&P. So it's an inverse correlation today. And right now we're sitting at this 114 level here. And let me just kind of open this up a little bit more. This is support now, right? It was resistance for a long period of time. It was resistance for most of April. We broke on through to the upside. And now it's support. We're sitting in it now, but we're tracking below the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA. And so a close a little bit lower here might suggest continuation selling in the 30-year Treasury bonds. And if this inverse relationship continues, well, then maybe some more upside in the equities, or maybe not. But we'll see. Right now, things are kind of flip-flopping differently today. And we do have kind of a really nice target here down at 23%, right in the middle of that old range, right? The old range was 113.30 all the way down to 113.12, give or take. So we'll see how that goes and what kind of weight or influence it is going to have on the equity markets. Not sure. Right now, a little bit negatively correlated. That is Late Morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. We had a great morning and looking forward to a great afternoon. In the meantime, get some lunch, relax a little bit. Looking forward to seeing you later today.